Second. All right, we are live. Thank you for joining us today. Today we have a little bit something different than what I usually talk about. I usually talk about Islam and Christianity from a purely theological perspective. Which religion has the better claim on the truth? Today we're going to be looking more at the practical implications of these two religions. A common theme in Muslim apologetics, polemics, however you want to put it today, is that Christianity doesn't have any answers, that Christianity is responsible for the social unraveling of the West. That when we look at the West and we see problems, what Muslims would say are problems, things like widespread use of alcohol, uh, gay people being open about their identity, uh, women having leadership roles, all these types of things that when Muslims look at the West and they see problems, as well as things that we'd all agree are problematic, like drug use and crime and so on and so forth. They say that the reason these things seem to be on the rise in the West is because of Christianity. So we're going to be asking, one, whether that's true, whether it really has anything to do with Christianity, or are there other factors involved? And two, whether Islam has any answers on this. And we might also look a little bit at how we should interact with our Muslim brothers, our Muslim neighbors, brothers in humanity, of course, not brothers in Christianity, but brothers in humanity, and see, should we be um, allying with them politically? Because this is an open question, even among Christians, when some would say that, the Muslim population has more in common with the Christian population than, say, an atheist does. Others would say that they just have different things in common. Like we may have some things in common with atheists, different things in common with Muslims, and we wouldn't really want to ally to either of them because neither one has the truth. So with that introduction, let me open us with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time together. We thank you for the technology that allows us to connect with people all around the world, people with diverse beliefs, some people who are Christians, some people who grew up in a Christian society but don't necessarily identify as Christian in any real way, uh, other people who are outright hostile to Christianity, atheists, for example, and of course, of special interest to this channel are the Muslims watching. We ask that everyone approach this material with an open mind, that people not simply dismiss ideas because they don't like them, but rather that they take the time to study and think and decide what is true. And we ask that you guide everyone watching towards the truth, whatever their beliefs may be now. If Christianity is not the solution to the world's problems, then we want to know that. But if it is the ultimate solution, we want people who are not Christians to understand that as well. We thank you that we are living in a time in a society that allows us the free exchange of ideas. We know that this, throughout most of world history and many parts of the world today, has not always been the case, that people grew up in one particular political, religious, social belief system and had very little encounter with the outside world. And if they did happen to be living near the border of two ideas, it was primarily hostility that manifested in on and off physical violence. We really are living in a unique time where we are able to reach into households all around the world and have these important discussions. And we pray that we'll continue to have this opportunity to discuss things peacefully rather than whoever has the greater military might prevailing. We ask that the ideas that are true and useful today are remembered and applied to people's lives, and anything that we say that is false is simply forgotten. Likewise, we ask that you prevent us from theological error, as we'll have the opportunity to talk about your teachings for us. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, so we have a new guest on the channel today. I'll be talking with Wolfenhauz. I'll just call him Wolf, unless I forgot to ask him beforehand what he wants me to call him, but
no, Wolf is fine.
Wolf. All right, perfect. So, like I said, new guest, never been on here before. I had a brief encounter with him on Bob's channel a couple days ago, Bob of Speaker's Corner. Wolf had already emailed me prior to that to ask to have this discussion. He's been looking into Islam. He's been having conversations with some of the Dawa people who are open to having conversations with Christians. And he's been seeing that side of the equation, seeing it from their perspective. So for some unknown reason, he chose me as the representative of the Christian side to kind of get another perspective on this. So welcome to the channel. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, no, thanks first of all for having me. And I hope today is a fruitful discussion between us both, and it's benefiting to you, me, and the audience, and anybody else who ends up stumbling upon it over time. So my background, I was raised, I grew up in the United States, obviously, and I was raised very nominally Protestant, but we weren't very heavy church-going folk. I would go to the Awanas and like those little gatherings for young children and stuff. It was a Foursquare or a non-denominational church. But my mother was always always a knack for spirituality, but organized religion kind of sometimes was hit or miss with her. Same thing with my father. So I quickly kind of lost my faith when I was in late high school into my college years and stepped away from it. Thought that the assertion that God was real, that there was a God that exists, and especially one that would be contained within the Christian scriptures, because almost in an act of rebellion, I chose to reject it entirely. Not for very well thought out things. I got caught up in the whole machinations of the new atheist, the four horsemen of the atheist apocalypse, as so many have, which is cringy and unfortunate to even have to admit these days, but I did. I got caught up in the whole Dawkins and Dennett and Christopher Hitchens kind of argumentation and stuff. And luckily for me, when I was still in college, it was in junior college at the time, I actually did encounter a philosophy professor who was knowledgeable enough to actually say that basically all of your arguments for the reason why you're atheist are trash. Like, they're not good. So he taught logic, and he taught philosophy, and he wasn't even a theist. He used to make the joke that I'm a theist. I'm an atheist during the week, and I'm a theist on the weekends. That's what he would say in class, and everybody kind of was puzzled and be like, why would you say that? And he's like, well, because I'm an atheist, because I have to teach you during the week, and there's no way that God can be real if there's people like you that I have to teach. Like, if there's children like you, there's no way. There's no way that a good and loving God exists if that's true at the same time. But he said, but then on the weekends, I go home to my family and I hug my children. And he said, and then I think that there's not a possible way that God couldn't exist. And so he always had kind of a funny and poetic way of saying that. But even though he didn't really hold to any theistic tradition, he did open me to more philosophical reasons why theism could be true. And so I kind of plunged headfirst into better philosophical discussions by people like St. Thomas Aquinas and the Kalam cosmological arguments and things like that. And even then, once I was open to that, actually doing more of a deep dive into the history of religions and the evidence for them when it comes to their actual real historicity. And I very quickly found that Christianity had quite a breadth of philosophical tradition that was very deep and very rich. Going back and reading people like St. Justin Martyr, St. Gregory Nazianzus, and all these people that are talking about very lofty philosophical concepts on the Trinity or on God and things like that. So it opened me up to go, oh, this isn't a belief for the foolish. This is actually a very well thought out and very methodical religion that I really just, you don't get that from any of those atheistic people. You're fooled into thinking otherwise. So through that, I just kind of I went, and I was Protestant initially, and then I through my further research, I became Reformed. I became a Reformed Calvinist Protestant. And then research kind of deepened. And the more I read into the church fathers and stuff like that, I've actually found tradition, the church's tradition, to be so beautiful and majestic. I converted to Eastern Orthodoxy because of the majesty and the glory and what I believe to be holding true to the roots of Christianity. But then just in a recent 2 years, I have moved from Eastern Orthodoxy to Roman Catholicism because of certain truth claims that I have been convinced by. And I don't want to, of course, have a debate about any of that. I consider all Christians my brothers and stuff like that. But that's just my background. So.
Yeah, excellent. This would be a good time to remind the audience, because there have been a couple issues about this recently. This channel is what you could call mere Christianity, strictly non-denominational. I do not talk about these issues of internal debate. Now, some of these issues are very important, and I may have deeply held beliefs on one side or the other. However, on this channel, this is about Christianity. Like you said, I agree 100% that I consider all people who are true believers in Christ and what he did for us as Christians, regardless of whatever church or denomination or segment of Christianity that they may identify with. So in the audience, in the live chat, I want people to remember that I don't want to see people debating about these kinds of things. It has happened on some recent streams and has been problematic. So that's not for you personally. That's for a reminder for the audience that I wanted a chance to address that, because on maybe like my stream, like 2 streams ago, there was a really heated argument. I was busy talking. I didn't catch it to put a stop to it. So to my moderators, anyone who is like bringing up these issues, tell them that the channel is not about that. They need to stick to the topic. And if they refuse to listen, then by all means time them out, because that's not what this channel is about.
Because I just want to make it very clear to all my brothers and sisters in Christ. This is kind of what hopefully this discussion kind of illuminates us to seeing, is that we have in my opinion, a very real and present enemy that is going on in our culture and in our society, and infighting between people who share so much overlap between Christian denominations and stuff like that is not the way forward, in my opinion. Like, we should be more unified now than we ever were. It is not time for brother wars or sister wars. It is time for unity, because there is a very real and present thing that's going on in our culture that is corrupting it from the inside, from my perspective. And so I consider we can deal with all that later. We can deal with our internal discussions about those beliefs at a different time. We should be focusing on taking back what I believe to be a Christian culture within each of our nations and stuff like that, first and foremost, before we duke it out in the matters of theology and historicity and all that stuff.
Yeah, so this is an interesting comment here from Helen. She says, why can't we avoid religion and just be Christians? And we get this sometimes where people say, Christianity isn't a religion, it's a relationship with God. I mean, in honesty, I get what you're trying to say, when you say that. I get that you're trying to say it's not about rituals, it's not about following a set of rules. But I mean, Christianity is a religion. A religion is just a set of beliefs about what you believe about the spiritual world. So I get what you're trying to say, but I mean, in reality, you're using religion in a different sense than what we really mean by religion.
Yeah. And I think there's an aspect of it that the community of any church is a check on human pride, is a check and balance system that keeps believers, in my opinion, on a straight path. Because there was a great Orthodox proverb that said, "We are saved together, we are damned alone." And I always really took that to heart, because, you know, when you're isolated, just saying, and another priest, I heard the way he said it was that, you know, the lions, when they're chasing the zebras or the gazelles, they don't just jump head on into the whole mass of them, because that would be foolish, you know, so they wait for the ones to fall away from the pack and they attack that one. And I do feel like the spiritual warfare is the same way. Is that, now I'm not saying that anybody who's not going to church is a bad person or a bad Christian or making any claim such as that, but I am saying that there is a degree in which it can potentially be hazardous to your spiritual life, to not have that community. You know, the Christian church is a communal religion, in my opinion, and I think that that's
Oh
really
yeah,
important.
absolutely.
Yeah,
You know, if we're taking scripture seriously, we are
yeah,
called to be a family. You know, not
yes,
just like friends or coworkers or something, but we're called to be a family. We're called to be in this intimate relationship with one another. And we have definitely lost that to a sense.
yes.
Now, don't get me wrong. You can go to individual churches, and here I'm using a small c church
Hmm.
buildings. You can get
Hmm.
individual uh, congregations, and you can have that relationship. But broadly speaking, a lot of Christians have this idea that's been imposed upon us by secular society without us even realizing that religion's a private matter. Now, you should never talk about your religion with
Yeah,
anyone else. And this idea that you can just be, you know, this lone Christian off in the wilderness thinking about God is really contrary to what the idea of being a Christian in the Bible is.
yes. Yeah, I see that that's and this is, of course, once again, this is just from my perspective. It seems like that's a tool that is used by secularism as a whole in order to almost in a way disarm Christians from being able to fully live a true life of faith. Oh, if you can just compartmentalize that little aspect of your life, it's like it's like it's a product. It's like it's something you just keep on your shelf. Oh, if I can just hide that away, you know, while I'm at work, or if I can just hide that away from when I'm in family. And it's like, I don't really, number one, I don't believe that stands up to scripture. I don't think that I don't definitely do not think you're called to do that. Quite the opposite. But number two, I think that once again, I think it's hazardous. And it's used intentionally. This whole separation between your all of your external life and then your religious practice, and to compartmentalize it is almost almost by design in order to kind of disarm you as a Christian or any person of any belief.
Yeah, yeah, it's, definitely in here in America, but even more so in Europe. There's
Yeah.
this idea that, you know, Monday through Friday, your religious beliefs have no relevance. And then,
Yes.
you know, like say if you're a Jew, you go to synagogue on Saturday, well, then Saturday matters to you. If you're Christian, you go to church on Sunday, well, Sunday matters to you. But after that time, you know, maybe it's not the exact minute service ends, but after the time of reflection upon what you had at service, that's it. You're done being religious until it comes around the next
Yeah.
week.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Forgive me. My daughter's going to intermittently interrupt us. So that's going to be a kind of a thing. So I'm taking care of her. My wife is away. So just forgive me if my sweet little daughter, 2-year-old, kind of comes in and intermittently breaks our
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah,
So,
no problem at all. At the church that I attend, people are encouraged to bring their children to service, and
of
sometimes, you know,
course.
babies will cry out and during service, and there would be people who say, you know, I don't want that. I'm here to worship, not to hear. But you know,
Yeah.
our philosophy is that the children are expressing their emotions, their joy, they're relating to God the way that we all should. That
Yeah.
it's not just about, you know, this ritual act of worship where we
Hmm.
assume a particular posture and we do say particular words, but rather it is a ongoing relationship, and
Yeah.
God wants every aspect of our lives. You know, he doesn't want us to say, you know, our children, they don't need to be here, they're too
Yeah.
young for religion. uh,
Exactly.
so so you know, I have zero problem with your daughter
Yeah.
interrupting the
Yeah.
stream
All
from
good.
time to time.
It's funny because in every parish that I've been into, especially the one that I'm at currently, there's this there's always what they call the cry room, which is just this big open room that has a window so that you can still see the priests and the altar and everything like that. But it's all soundproof, so during every service you'll hear a baby kind of start crying, and then you'll hear them trail off towards that room, and then the sound goes away, and then you can look back and they're just in the window, like rocking their baby, watching the service, you know, listening to the homily or whatever. And to me, that brings a breath of joy, because you know, it's one of our vocations is marriage and family and stuff like that. And I think that any church should quite clearly be provisioning for that if they want to be pro family and they want to be pro rearing children. To make it difficult to have children at a service, it kind of is antithetical to the whole, you know, be fruitful and multiply thing. You know, it'd be kind of counterintuitive. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Clay here says, yes, children are part of worship services. I would love for the people against children to show where God says, put the kids over there while you're worshiping.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no doubt. Exactly. No, keep them away. You know, they don't need to see this. You know, it kind of comes back to what we talked about with the compartmentalization, you know, and you get to the point where your faith is, like you said, just so small. It's just such a little aspect of your life that it just becomes like a product. It's like no different than if you were into paintball or if you're into painting, you know, Warhammer figurines or whatever it was. It's just a hobby, really. It's not Christ is not the king and the ruler of my life and not my Lord. He is just a thing that I do sometimes, you know, and I really think Christians should really take that, you know, those words to heart and really consider that seriously. Because like I said, it's harmful. It's harmful to them. And it's allowed what we're going to talk about today, these encroaching tendrils to kind of work their magic upon society in a way that some of us don't even realize.
Yeah. So before getting to the heart of the matter, the first time I have guests on, I always ask this question: why are you a Christian? You kind of gave like the historical background, but why? This is especially relevant to you, someone who's like actually looked into matters and actually, you know, thought about different belief systems.
Yeah.
Why have you decided that Christianity is the truth, or why do you call yourself a Christian today?
So first, let me preface this. This is not to say that it is without struggles. I have issues, grapplings with my faith all the time. And some of this is going to be brought up in this discussion. So I just want to preface that to say that it isn't perfect. And to quote C.S. Lewis on this, it's like, he said something like, if I wanted a religion to make me feel good, I would have picked a lot different one than Christianity. And I believe that's totally true. The whole idea that it's a warm blanket that embraces you, and it's just a feel-good religion. It is difficult. It's a struggle. It's a battle for me every day. So I don't want to make it seem like that's not the case. But why ultimately I am a Christian is I do believe first and foremost that the evidence the historical evidence for the claims of the Christian church and for the resurrection of Jesus and the deity of Christ, I find them very, very, very compelling. And I find it very, very hard to argue against it. Even atheistic Bible scholars like Bart Ehrman and stuff. I mean, it is to believe that the personhood of Jesus of Nazareth didn't walk the earth is such a fringe belief at this point that it's really untenable by most honest scholars, at least from my summation of the data. And then for even atheist scholars like Bart Ehrman to say that Christ was crucified, and that's one of the most true things that we know about his life. I think he quoted something saying that there is something it's like an undeniable part of him. If we don't anything about Jesus, it was that he was crucified. And that stands for me, that brings Paul's quote in scriptures right up, is that, Paul's letters saying that, like, we preach Christ crucified, and anybody who wants to get around that, it has to contend with that historical reality. That is not to make a silly pun, but it's the crux of the faith. And so if that thing is true, you have to deal with the rest of the information and who Christ claimed to be. And then, of course, the miraculousness after the crucifixion, of the resurrection and the miraculous appearances. I mean, we get to the point where now, like a lot of atheistic scholars, they have to go to crazy theories like mass delusion to explain the phenomenon away, because something special happened at that time in history. It was so special that it is our entire understanding of date, our entire understanding of the year is based on a historical reality that was so important to, the Roman Empire and stuff like that, that we set that into stone. A lot of people don't understand what Anno Domini means, AD. And so the year of our Lord, I mean, it's such a momentous event that, and it is so. that's really what it comes down to. First and foremost, it's the historical reality I see is very, very hard to get around. And then it's just a quick jump that if you can't get around the historical reality, you have to deal with what scripture says that Christ said. And I think that once you really get into the manuscript evidence and things like that for the New Testament, it gets even more difficult to just walk away from it. And so for me, like I said, holding to some positions that I find very difficult about the faith, some of the teachings of the faith, some of the teachings of Jesus are very difficult for me as a man. But that doesn't mean that it's not the truth. And so my own personal feelings, like there's that whole Ben Shapiro quip, facts don't care about your feelings or whatever. Just take a silly notion on that. But that's really what it is that like if Jesus did exist and did say what he said, like kind of like C.S. Lewis's whole liar, lunatic, Lord argument, you have to deal with those things. And so I found it the most convincing historically. I have found it for the vast majority, its moral claims and its moral truths are very compelling, and it makes the most sense of the afterlife. It makes the most sense of our current suffering here, even when it comes to in my opinion, original sin, which was something that I grappled with for a very long time. But I see it so obvious now, and so prevalent within the world. I just think that the truth claims that it makes they're too compelling to ignore. And I think that it's only most people that try to contend with it, they're dealing with it in just kind of an ignorant way, and they don't really want to do the legwork to look into it very seriously. Because I think if you do, you're confronted, just as the apostles were, even or Thomas, who doubted, to fall on your hands and your knees and to say Jesus is Lord. That's really all it comes down to.
I think that I would agree with everything you said there. That when people ask me why I'm a Christian, I always start with the line, because it's true. And of course I explain what that means, talking about evidence and whatnot. But really, that's not the way that a typical person, if they're honest, would answer. They'd say, because my family was, or because it gives me emotional satisfaction, or I get benefit from it. That'd be true for most Christians. That would also be true for people of other belief systems. That it's really an unusual trait for humans to look into these matters and really decide what is true. I used to spend a lot of time talking with atheists, and man, those are the most boring conversations. As you mentioned, Fringe was being generous when you said it's a fringe position that Jesus wasn't a historical figure. It's like it's so ridiculous that no accredited historian holds this position.
Correct.
And yet, like, probably 30 to 50% of online atheists hold the position.
Yes.
And when I have discussions with atheists, they don't want to take any responsibility for having to defend themselves. They just say, I get to sit here and set my standard, and I'll just deny whatever you say. So it ends up being the most boring conversation. I have had atheists flat out tell me, when I explained that if you're going to reject the historical evidence of the Gospels and whatnot, you have to reject all of ancient history, all of history before, say, the invention of the printing press. And they're like, okay, I'm fine with that. I don't have to declare that Julius Caesar existed. That's fine. I don't care.
That's exactly right. Like to get around the historical reality of Christ's existence, or of Jesus of Nazareth, the person of Jesus of Nazareth being real, because that's almost the position you have to adopt. Because if you accept that Jesus was a real figure, like I said, you have to contend with the rest of the claims that he made, and that the accounts of what he said, and what happened post his existence and stuff like that. So it's almost like they're forced into believing this ridiculous assertion that it's just all myth, and there's no historicity to it at all. Because if they don't, it's you can't reason your way around it without asserting that there's just mass manipulation. Like I hear a lot of times seen with a lot of Muslim apologists or polemicists, it's like that they just throw Paul so far under the bus, because I think that if you don't I think it's a position out of necessity, is that if you have to say Paul is a liar, because if he isn't, then then your argument, you can't even make an argument against it. His entire ministry has to be false. Everything that he says, he has to be a charlatan and a liar to, God forgive me for even uttering those words, but that's what he would have to be in order to reject the divinity of Jesus, to reject the crucifixion of Jesus, and I'll see people like Dr. Ali Atai say stuff like that. Then he has to throw Paul out entirely, because if he doesn't, I think that you have a serious problem. So it just seems to be that they force them a lot of, not just, I'm not making a claim about Muslims, but like atheists will force themselves into these positions, because if they don't, arguing out of it just becomes too tenuous and they can't do it. I mean, like I said, even Bart Ehrman thinks that the mythicist position for Jesus, he just thinks it's absurd. And because it is, there is no, like I said, it's not even a fringe belief. Like you said, it's something far further away than that. So,
yeah. So interesting that you bring up Paul. Muslims kind of were forced into this position over time. The author of the Quran, which I'll just call Muhammad going forward, it doesn't really matter if that's his actual name or not. I'm using it as a stand-in for the author of the Quran, because there are historical problems with Islam, and that's why I'm prefacing it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But the author of the Quran seems to think that he's confirming the Bible. He seems to think that he's saying the same thing that came before him. He says over and over again, I'm just here to remind you of what came before me.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that time, there was no Arabic translation of the canonical text. There was only Arabic translations of secondary works like, pseudo gospels, commentaries on gospels, things like that. And eventually the Bible was translated into Arabic, and they figured out, it doesn't actually match up. It is actually different. So something must have happened. It must have been corrupted. The first assumption was that it happened after the time of Muhammad. Sure. Well, that soon proved to be unviable. So then they went to every conspiracy theory's favorite thing in the Council of Nicaea. They said, right. That's where it was corrupted.
Emperor Constantine,
right.
Yeah, right.
So, and then that became not viable. And so then they say, well, who is early enough and has enough influence to be the corrupter? And the only person they could come up with was Paul. So it's not like they have any actual reason to believe Paul corrupted the message. It's just the only person they can point to. So they have to say that, even though if you look at the really early tafsirs before Muslims had a lot of contact with Christianity, they'll say that Paul is a faithful disciple of Jesus. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, like I said, and I don't mean to poke fun. I'm from my perspective, I mean utmost respect to fellow believers in what they believe to be the true God and things like that. I want to pay them due respect in that regard. I don't like to get into the mudslinging and stuff like that. I will deal with the historical facts and the data, but yeah, I think that it like I said, I think that there's a force of the position rather than where the evidence genuinely leads. And I think that that's just unfortunate. And I think it does them great disservice. So I'm not one to be here to bash or to do any mudslinging against true, really, and what I believe to be a lot that I've encountered with are very pious people. They're very good, moral people that I've encountered that are Muslims. And I wish to show them their due respect. It's just that, like I said, up until this point, I haven't found. I can't the reality and the evidence. Just I can't get around it. As much as even if it's not a cultural thing for me anymore. And at one point, I thought that maybe it was, but I'm unconvinced. Especially, like I said, the denial of the crucifixion in the way that it's presented it within the Quran. And the way that later scholars have articulated it, I just think that's a huge problem. And you have to deal with Paul to get rid of the crucifixion for it to be the case, for you to even have a remote leg to stand on. So.
Yeah, definitely. Some of my material, just to be straight up here, some of my material is very polemical against Islam. But what I'm more interested in is having these conversations. When a Muslim's willing to come and talk to me and reason through things together, I feel like that I want to have that conversation because I think that the truth defends itself. I'm not the best speaker in the world. I'm not like,
Nor I, nor I.
super orator. And believe me, I'm a lot better than I was when I started doing this. But there, there are channels where you can go to where they'll just cut someone off and tell them they're
Yeah,
being dumb and so on and so forth. And they win the argument, right? They win the
sure.
argument. And this would be true of Muslim channels as well, and that
Hmm.
they dominate the conversation, they win the argument. But the
Sure.
truth didn't win. They won
Yeah,
because they were in control, they had a better rhetoric.
sure.
I think that true strength is not demonstrated by, dominating someone or having rhetorical skill, but true strength is sitting here and saying, I'm so confident in my position that
Yeah,
I'm willing to let you make your best argument, and
yeah.
willing to give you time to make your argument, and then I'm
Hmm.
going to respond. I'm going to try to guide you to where you're making mistakes, but I'm not
Yeah,
going to be like, you're stupid, because
agreed.
in reality, intelligence has very little to do with it. There are
Yeah,
plenty of super intelligent people in every belief system you can find.
agreed.
There's something different about the way we think about these matters
Hmm.
that tends to blind us,
Hmm.
to the pure facts,
Hmm.
that we see everything with our own beliefs. And this is probably because we are spiritual people. We are
Definitely.
created in God's image. If atheism was true, this probably wouldn't make any sense. That it's very difficult to talk someone out of a religion, and it's because it's part of our identity. We need this connection to God. And when someone comes to you and they say your religion is wrong, and you may have perfectly good justifiable reasons for that, but when you come to them and you say your religion's wrong, they have a visceral reaction where you're like, what do you mean it's wrong? And this is
Hmm.
who I am. Are you telling me I'm wrong
Yeah,
as a
yeah.
person?
Yes.
So I try to be very careful about the way I do things.
Sure. Yeah, no, I completely agree, because that's the last thing that I would want anybody to feel, that I'm cutting the rug out from their very identity, from the fountain of all of their humanity, their deepest souls, longings, and stuff like that. Like I feel I would feel so much less bad. And maybe this is wrong. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought it out yet, but I don't have a problem with, like, when I'm dealing with like an atheist or something like that in some of their positions, because I don't feel the same weight is given, because they're skeptics ultimately, and so they don't really even have true conviction on really any of their assumptions. But like a deeply religious person, whether they be a watchtower person, or a Mormon, or a Muslim, or whatever, these are deeply held beliefs. And I think that, to strike at them in that heart of that center, where they've derived all of their everything, their entire compass of life from, which oftentimes that's what Muslims do. They're, very deeply religious people. I think it misses the mark. It does more harm than good. And I think it's a grave injustice, and I think that should be changed. I understand when you have to call out the ridiculous for what it is, and you have to call out the falsities for what they are, but to do it in a way, because ultimately we do, as Christians, value ultimately the salvation of their soul. I mean, that's what we want for everybody. That's the ark of the the ark of the new covenant is the salvation of the souls of all people, of as many as we can, and we will for them exactly what we wish for ourselves or for our family and stuff like that. And that's what that type of love is what we're told to have for people. And so I do agree completely with you that it's a position of strength to be so convicted and so convinced of your own positions that you can have dialogue with people. I even I have a small little channel, and we've been doing some readings and stuff like that, and dialoguing with Muslims. And just, I get comments from some Christians on there, and this isn't any vitriol towards them, but I get these questions like, how could you even entertain these people? How could you even have conversations with them? Like, don't you know about this, this, and this, and this? And it's like, they'll go through this gamut of, like, they say this, they preach this, they this. And I'm like, I don't have, I have no fear in my heart or in my soul of what I believe to be true. I have no doubt about what I believe. I could sit down, I could talk to anybody, because it's a foundation. It's been built upon rock instead of sand. So I totally empathize and agree that statement that you made. That's the true position of strength, to be able to have a conversation with anybody, even somebody who vehemently disagrees with you, is true strength. Being nervous and like having to lash out and cut somebody down with dominating language or something like that is, in my opinion, that is weakness, and it's out of fear of the incorrectness of your position that causes a lot of that.
Yeah, I sometimes, I mean, in fairness, I get a lot of comments that say they appreciate the way I do things, but I do also get comments from Christians who say, you should be more like Christian Prince, and you
Yeah,
shouldn't let
sure.
the Muslims talk, and you should
Hmm.
cut people off. And there might be a time and a place for that argument.
Sure.
There are people who need a wake up call, so to speak. Like, they
Sure.
need to be slapped and say, you're wrong. Uh,
Yeah. Look, man.
but
Yeah. Right.
but that's not my role in this discussion.
Sure.
It's not my role to be that. And when people tell me that, I'm like, dude, we don't all need to be carbon copies of the guy you like. If you like him, watch him. I don't care.
Yeah.
If you like my content, watch me. And
Sure.
that's the way it's going to be. And
Sure.
I also have gotten complaints from both Muslims and Christians that I let these heretical Muslims, or people who call themselves Muslims but don't adhere to
Oh, like Ahmadiyya's
important
or something.
aspects of the doctrine, right? So
Mhm.
what a conventional Muslim, and we'll have an opportunity to see that even that doesn't really actually make sense, but what we associate with Islam, this Salafi movement in Sunni Islam, that they would say 100% this person is not a Muslim, they're a
Mhm.
heretic. They would maybe go so far as to say that they deserve execution as an apostate. And they're like,
Sure.
why are you talking to these people? They're not real Muslims. I'm like,
Mhm.
well, I don't care if they're Muslim or not. I care about their soul,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah. Yes. No, exactly. It's so funny because I'm reading through a book by Guy Eaton. I don't know if you have any familiarity with Guy Eaton's work. He was a pretty well respected author and orator, and he was he converted to Islam, and he wrote a book called Islam and the Destiny of Man. I'm actually going through that on my YouTube channel right now. But to say that this is a person who lacked intellect, who lacked conviction or something like that is pretty far off base. He really believed that what he saw was the truth, and I think that has to be dealt with honestly. Dealt with honesty, and dealt with a firmness that always needs to happen. But I don't think that those he's a well-intentioned person. Again, that's what I always come back to, is like, some people do argue in bad faith, and there's a lot of that online, of course. But when people are seriously arguing in good faith, I think that they deserve the time to listen to, to be listened to, and you have to deal with what they say. And so to kind of stick your head in the sand in the antithesis is, I don't know. I don't think that's the way forward.
Yeah, I would agree. So this will go. I said that you had two really good points, and we haven't gotten to the second one here, but I saved this comment from Nicodemus. Some argue that doubting Thomas had the greatest faith in a relationship with God, since he was the only one who put his finger inside the wound of Jesus Christ. And I think that this is something that is pretty distinct of Christianity, that we are not just allowed to doubt, but we are encouraged, right? Because you said it's a struggle, there's difficult things.
Oh yeah.
And our God is such that he encourages us, and I'm not saying that all Christians do this, but he encourages us to love him with all our heart, soul, and mind.
Hmm.
That if we are just having this very naive opinion about God, from a salvation standpoint, that might be fine, but it's not the deepest relationship that we can have. Um, the example here was doubting Thomas. There's also the great story of this man whose son is demon possessed, and he comes to Jesus,
Hmm.
and he says that your child will be saved if you believe, and he's like, I do believe. Help me with my unbelief.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, this is how we can approach God. We can say, I don't understand this. I'm struggling with this, and
Hmm.
it's not a problem. And perhaps the clearest example of this would be a newly created cult, where it's about the
Hmm.
on doubting faith in the leader. Whatever he says goes, and you
Hmm.
can't disagree in any way. But this tends to be true of large organized religions as well.
Mm-hmm.
And from talking to many people who've come out of Islam, there's this attitude in Islam that you only have two choices.
Mm-hmm.
Either you just learn nothing at all and you blindly follow whatever your teachers give you,
Mm-hmm.
or you have to learn absolutely everything. Because if you're anywhere in between, you're in a dangerous position. Because if you die with doubt on your heart, you're automatically going to hell. You're
Mm.
not a Muslim. There is zero possibility of that. So you either have to just believe without any effort, any thinking about things at all. Just believe
Mm-hmm.
exactly what you're told. Don't look into things, or you have to become a scholar and an expert and a sheikh and teach it, someone who's prepared to teach others. There's no
Hmm.
middle ground. And of course, if those are your only two options, most people are going to choose the option of ignorance, where they
Yeah.
don't have any knowledge of it. And I
Mm-hmm.
find that so I said that in the context of people who've left Islam because they were told as a child, when they had questions, when they had legitimate questions,
Mm-hmm.
don't ask. We're not supposed to ask questions. Don't do
Mm-hmm.
that. And of course,
Mm-hmm.
that ended up just pushing them away.
Yeah.
Uh, but I also see this when I talk to Muslims. Often they have very minimal knowledge. Like they have plenty of knowledge of practice and how to be a Muslim, practically speaking, but they have very little knowledge of even their doctrines, and very little knowledge of even what it means to be a Muslim, let alone the kinds of things that we would bring up as criticism. They have zero knowledge any of those things exist.
Right.
The say problematic incidents in Muhammad's life, which seem to suggest that he was not a very good person. They have
Mm-hmm.
no idea those things even exist because they've never been told, they've never looked into anything, they've never had a conversation with someone who wasn't also ignorant of Islam, whether that was a Christian, because most Christians are
Yeah.
99% of Christians are ignorant of Islam. So they're not
Sure.
going to learn anything about Islam from the average Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that this is pretty unusual about Christianity, that we are allowed to have this position where okay, God, I don't understand everything, I don't know everything, but I'm trusting in you anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Coming kind of back to a point that you made earlier, and forgive me if this is off topic. Do you see this is because a lot of the Western converts to Islam that I see, a lot of them are interested in more of the esoteric sides of Islam. So almost all of the Western converts that I read, there was Friedhof Schuon, Rene Guénon, Martin Lings. They call them the perennialists or the traditionalists. I don't know if you've heard have any familiarity with any of their writings. But it's interesting because something that I've noticed, and I want to kind of get your thoughts on this, is that they always seem to go back to some of the more Sufi leaning writings. And so they go to Ibn Arabi, and every every Muslim that I talk to now is like, that guy's a heretic. That guy is not a Muslim. The Sufis are not Muslims. Like, unanimously, they all say that. And so it seemed, at least from my limited perspective, and I've asked this question before to my friends that are Muslims, is I'm like, is there just a Salafia belief system that is so dominant now in Islam it does not allow for anything else? Because it seems like that from my perspective, because the Islam that all of those writers that I really enjoy, Rene Guénon's critiques of modernity and stuff like that. I think he's a brilliant man. In a lot of ways prophetic. He called a lot of the problems that are going on in the West currently, but they all seem to be looking at a very different Islam than what exists today. And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so that's an excellent point, because this is one of the things I wanted to get across today, is that we associate Islam with the Salafi movement, and there's a reason behind that, and it has nothing to do with majority position or historical Islam. Now, I think in a sense they do actually have arguably the best claim of being true Muslims, because they want to go back to what the texts say, right?
Of
They want to go
course,
back
yeah.
and strictly interpret the text and adhere to them. So I think that they do have a valid argument, but they don't
Mm-hmm.
represent historical Islam. Uh, it, Saudi Arabia, in particular, has spent hundreds of millions of dollars, probably dozens of billions of dollars, promoting Islam. I think, actually, now that I mentioned it, I'm pretty sure I saw the figure of $75 billion that they've
Oh
spent
my
promoting
goodness.
Islam around the world. They have made large donations, I should say,
Sure.
to universities to
Hmm.
try to influence their curriculum. They have paid for all of these personalities that you see representing Islam that have this very strict interpretation, that
Hmm.
are speaking in public, and so they've led to the rise of this. But it's only about 150-year-old movement, at least as far as like a viable movement. Now,
Hmm.
there's probably always individuals who had a very
Hmm.
strict interpretation of Islam, but the majority of Islamic history is actually very, what you could say, secular. That
Mm.
it is has a more of a associate what we would associate with Christianity, and I don't think that's actually the Christian position, but what
Hmm.
we would associate with Western Christianity, where
Mm.
it's just something that you are,
Mm.
that it doesn't really determine how you live your life. So you can look at, say, the Ottoman Empire,
Hmm.
the representative of Islam, and you
Hmm.
see widespread sexual immorality. You see
Mm.
widespread, uh, in particular, widespread homosexual activity
Hmm.
occurring in the empire, and no one cared. It didn't
Hmm.
matter because
Hmm.
it wasn't about your theology. And today as well, in terms of majority in numbers,
Hmm.
the largest chunk of Muslims come from Southeast Asia,
Hmm.
Indonesia in particular, and they have
Yeah.
very synchronistic beliefs. They have mixed Islam with uh, ancient tribal religions. So they
Sure.
have all kinds of bizarre mystical type beliefs.
Hmm.
So the majority way that Islam has been approached historically is more along this Sufi line, where it's
Yeah.
about mysticism, it's about having spirituality. It's not about data, it's not about thinking things
Yeah.
through, but it's about this spiritual connection.
Hmm.
And even what we would call magic rituals to connect yourself with Allah. Even
Yeah.
if the Southis would say that is pagan, that is 100% not allowed, historically speaking, this is a way a lot of people approached Islam. Uh,
Yeah.
Looking at the historical data, it looks like Islam probably arose out of Gnostic movements.
Hmm.
This idea that there's secret knowledge, and
Yeah.
you obtain your spirituality by rituals that allow you to get closer into the inner circle, and there's levels and all of this, and this permeates through the historical Islam. And it's only very recently that there's been this true Islam that's being propagated primarily
Hmm.
by oil money from Saudi Arabia. It's only like
Gotcha.
150 years old.
Yeah, okay. See, that matches up kind of with what it seems, at least, because yeah, there seems to be a very concerted effort, and all of the major players, the major online personalities that I view, they hold to that exact creed. Other Muslims will call them out on it. Other Muslims that don't ascribe to the Athari school of theology, and are really traditional version, where I don't really want to get into the specifics of that, but that hold to more of a Salafi creed, and other Muslims will be like, you're a Salafi, like that's what you are," and then they'll always, from what I've seen, they'll respond and just go, no, I'm just a Muslim. This is what it means to be a Muslim. You're the one you're not being a Muslim. This is the true Islam, because we go back to the teachings of the companions, and and the teachings of the Salaf, which are the originators of the belief. And I believe that you had the I can't remember the guy's name, but Wahhab, which some people use the term Wahhabi, which is kind
Yeah.
of like a negative connotative slur. But in Guy Eaton's book that I'm reading right now, he specifically talks about that development and how it's sprung into this very literalistic, in his belief, a de-evolution of what Islam actually is. It's a modern reaction, rather than rather than an actual traditional one. He thinks it's just like a modernist corruption in a way. So, which is an interesting position to take.
So a couple of comments from the audience here. Arnold said synchronistic question mark. So in case he's asking what that term means, so
Mhm.
synchronism is when you take elements from one religion and you mix them with another to create something different that isn't exactly the first thing or exactly the second thing. So
Yeah,
hopefully that.
be like Sikhism. Sikhs have a very syncretic religious foundation. It's like a perfect hybrid of Hindu beliefs as well as Islamic beliefs. That would be one that I would point to.
Yeah, so Mary broadly agreed here. She said most of Islam historically was not systemized. Instead, it was kind of a folk religion under a government structure, which was the real Islam. Uh,
Yeah.
she says that's not entirely true because there have been people competing to be the real Islam for a long
Mm.
time. You know, governments trying to enforce their version of Islam, but
Hmm.
by and large, the governments didn't necessarily promote it. So Islam, from my perspective, Islam develops as a political system. It develops as a way to kind of unite the various groups that are being taken, that their lands are being taken during the conquest, the Islamic conquest. But I don't really think that it was really Islam yet, that it was
Hmm.
primarily a political movement. And so they're
Hmm.
taking in people that are Jewish, they're taking in people that are Christian, they have plenty of pagan lands, taking in
Hmm.
Zoroastrian lands, and they're trying to find a way to bring all these ideas together.
Hmm.
Early on, they actually didn't call themselves Muslims. They called themselves the believers.
Hmm.
That it was a more of a ecumenical movement, if you will. Obviously, not
Yeah.
strictly speaking the correct term, but this idea that we're taking a little bit from here, a little bit from there. We're trying to come to one truth that can unite the empire, and it was more of a practical system than like deeply held religious beliefs early on.
Sure. Do you see on that point? Do you see how would you it's a silly question, I guess, but how would you rate the success of those attempts at civilizational building under these governmental structures? Do you think that there was any merits, and that they had any really any serious benefit, or was it just all, in your opinion, negative? Because one of the interesting Catholic authors that I really like is Hilaire Belloc, and he has a book called I think it's called Against the Heresies or something like that. I'm forgetting the exact title. And he goes through all of the modernistic heresies. Islam he calls basically a Christian offshoot. It's like a Christian heresy. That's why he doesn't even use the term Muslim or the term Islam. He calls them Mohammedans. Because it was kind of just like we called all historical um, uh, all those historical heretical developments, we called them all by the names like Arianism and Manichaeanism, and we called them all by the name of the originator of the beliefs. And so he even calls them that. But he does say that they had great success, and he said it's always been baffling to him how Islam spread in the way that it did, and how it was so resilient to the conversion efforts of Christians. He said basically everybody else fell. Like
Right. Yes.
the arguments of Christianity are so powerful that conversions happened in droves, whether from it you're talking about the Norse pagans all the way to South American pagans. I mean, just across the world, the arguments of the gospel were just so compelling to people, and the truth claims were so compelling to people, that it did the work for them in a way. And so he always was like, why is Islam so resilient? And one of the points he makes in the book is he said that it was actually because of its economic views, and because it widely liberated people out of poverty, and it got rid of ridiculously complicated tax codes. And so it was very beneficial to the lowly, to the peasant class. So this is, of course, me paraphrasing, and I might be getting part of that wrong. But do you think there's any merit to that kind of a claim?
Yeah, so this might be a bit controversial for my audience, but I would say that the Islamic conquest definitely was not all bad from a practical standpoint or a political or social standpoint. Obviously, it's 100% bad that they're bringing people out of Christianity by the
Sure.
power of the sword. But uh, what it did more than anything else is that it united the territory all the way from Spain to India. And
Yeah.
for the first time, you have these diverse cultures where information is being shared. And
Hmm.
because the information is being shared over this vast network, ideas are mixing. there is a lot of development, a lot of new ideas arising out of this mixing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that does come to an end when the expansion stops.
Sure.
So there was like basically two threads in early Islam. There
Mm-hmm.
was the one thread of uh, submit and obey, right?
Sure.
That you just blindly follow the leader. And then there was an alternate thread that was called the Mutazilite movement, where it was all about philosophy and intellectually understanding the religion and thinking things through,
Yeah.
and they end up being declared heretics. They end up losing the wars and being annihilated. And after that happens, then there's really not any positive development. I mean, of course, they're isolated things, but like as far as like broad movement where a large number of people are gaining new knowledge and such, that pretty much ends at that point,
Mm.
because the decision was made that Islam would be the religion of submission. Of course, Islam
Sure.
means submission.
Of course.
That this was the central aspect of the religion. That submission is above all else.
Yeah.
So when you try to philosophize and think things out and try to determine the nature of God, you're not submitting. You need to just
Sure.
blindly take what has been told, in
Mm-hmm.
principle by the scripture, but in reality, it tends to be by your individual teacher.
Sure.
That you need to just take that at face value, and that's all there is to it.
Mm-hmm. I do think in one way that maybe this is the same thing. It might be a controversial take. I do think that there is some merit to being so willing to submit to the Almighty in that way. I do find that sometimes flagrant disregard and flagrant information gathering and stuff like that, people will always bring up like, oh my gosh, can you believe that the papacy at one time had a forbidden books list? And I'm like, do you understand how susceptible human beings are to falling into error and falling into the most heinous and grotesque beliefs imaginable? Like, I think sometimes those kinds of protections are sometimes in a way a good thing. And I think we have a little bit too much of a freedom aspect and our idea of freedom and rights and stuff in the West than we do about our duties and our moral duties and things like that. I think we need to kind of reorient. This is, of course, always my perspective. I'm just clarifying that, but we think we need to reorient ourselves more. And I'm not saying to that level of submit, even if it's the most absurd claim you've ever heard. That's not what I mean. But I do think that there is something admirable about doing that, and that it has a good quality in it, because I think the pursuits of the Western mind into all manners of moral chaos and philosophical chaos can be very detrimental, especially if you believe in spiritual warfare. Like if you're a Christian and you take spiritual warfare seriously, you're knocking on a lot of doors, and there's going to be things that answer you that aren't in your best interest. Like that they are not looking out for you. They're looking out for something much worse than that. So
yeah, this might not be a very popular idea in the West today, because we have this concept that God exists, but well, actually, it's tends to be an or. Like many people who are like into New Age or call themselves spiritual but not religious, or even
Sure.
in like pop cultural TV shows, evil is assumed to exist. Like forces of evil are
Yeah,
assumed to exist, and it's God that's questionable. Whereas the Christian
exactly.
tends to think God exists, and maybe those forces of evil aren't real.
Yeah.
But the biblical teachings are pretty clear that there are demonic forces that have great
Yes.
authority in this world, and when you open yourself up to those things, in this harmless experiment of that a new age teacher might
Yeah.
get you into, you open yourself up into being utterly deceived to the point where it's impossible for you to again see the truth. So there definitely is a real danger, it's not it's not just a battle of ideas, it's a battle for souls here, and there are real
Yes.
forces of evil that want to keep you separated from God for all eternity.
Correct. That's exactly, I would agree with that wholeheartedly with everything that I am. And people just due to our such in the West, our focus on like freedom for freedom's sake. You know, that it's like the maximal good to have the maximal amount of freedom. And I don't think that matches up to the Christian tradition. Like my patron saint, Saint Justin Martyr, one of his, I have his icon in my living room, and I can't remember. He said to be ruled by the passions is the greatest slavery. And that's the thing, is you think that you are free, but you are not. I promise. Like, you can, if you are able to do whatever you want at any point in time, number one, you will almost certainly choose the bad thing. Number one. And number two, it is the ultimate form of slavery to be ruled over by your passions. And so I think it is antithetical to the Christian teachings to maximize freedom for freedom's sake, as if it's the maximal good. I do agree that there's obviously that freedom has its benefits in some ways, but to categorize it as the only thing that matters, of total choice to do whatever you want, I think that's not true freedom. At least in the Christian conception, I don't think that it is. And I think that bears out in scripture. I think that bears out in the church fathers. You know, they were very critical of that idea. So I think in the West, we've moved away from those type of moral claims and the understandings of how detrimental certain things can do to darken your soul and to really harm your relationship with God. So.
Yeah, so Lucent here says, sadly, I don't think I've ever heard a sermon about not interacting with this deadly spiritual stuff. And it gets to what I was saying, that in the majority of Christian churches, I think you often have two problems, but they're kind of they're symptoms of the same problem. Like one, there's always the assumption that everyone there already knows the doctrine,
Sure.
right? And then there's the other problem that they're more interested in attracting people to come to the service. So it all focuses on the nice side of Christianity. And don't get me wrong, there is good news. We call it the good
That's
news
gospel
for a reason.
Yeah.
But there is definitely a de-emphasis on anything that is not nice or cannot be, isn't friendly sounding, isn't in line
Positive.
with
That isn't
what
positive.
isn't in line with what a non-believer would broadly agree with, generally
Agreed.
speaking. So it tends to all be about, the application and how to live a better life. And I'm sorry, but that's not really what Christianity is about.
No.
If the Bible makes any promise to believers, it's that you will suffer.
You will suffer.
That is,
exactly.
that is like the number one promise that Jesus makes to his disciples.
Yeah.
And the epistles emphasize is that you will suffer. If you are truly following God, then the forces of the world, sinful fallen human beings, as well as the demonic forces, they will oppose you, and it will be difficult for you.
Yes. They will hate you as they hated me, as Christ said. They hated me first. And that bears out so clearly, and it should be that should be the foundation of every Christian's understanding, because there is this trend that's going on that Christianity is just a positive, feel-goody religion. Like, even when I listen to I prefer traditional, like, Gregorian chant and stuff like that. As far as any type of religious music, I am not a fan of majority of quote unquote like modern religious music. I think that it does great damage to a lot of people, but maybe it'll help them. I don't know. That's just from my perspective. But it's all just the good stuff. It's always just like, stay positive. It feels good. It's upbeat, positivity, smile, be happy. And I'm like, there are sinister forces at work here, guys. Like, there's a very dark aspect. In my opinion, some of the most poetic and beautiful aspects of Christianity are that struggle and are the war against the principalities of darkness. Some of our most deeply convicting and most ornate and well-documented ideas about our faith are those things. And yes, of course, like you said, there is good news. The gospel is true, but we can break out of those bonds of slavery. We do not have to be ruled over in that way, but that does not mean that it will just magically punch a ticket and be easy mode after you accept Jesus as Lord or something like that. It's actually quite the opposite. I've heard it said from other people that atheists and stuff like that don't really have to deal with these kind of torments because they've won. Like the demons have won. So why would they afflict the atheist with anything? They're like, we've got you right where we want you. So, and this, I'm not trying to, poo-poo atheists or anything like that in that way and wish upon them like they're the demonic forces. Of course, I call them to Christ, but it will be the Christian who will struggle more with those kinds of things by a long shot, because you are now identifying yourself. If you are preaching the gospel and you are trying to convert people to Christ and you are trying to save souls, that is when you will be opposed, not when you're lukewarm, because that is what they prefer. They do not prefer a zealous and a convicted faith. They prefer a lukewarm, wishy-washy, I'm going to make a claim here, but oddly, exactly the kind of Christianity that America, for the most part, teaches you to believe in, is this very compartmentalized, small aspect of yourself, and not to give your whole life into the service of your Lord. And so it's that needs to be prioritized in much more ways.
Yeah, definitely. The church. So when the church started, right, and when the church started in the first century,
Yeah.
it had two appeals. It was radically inclusive. It was reaching out to, people who are downtrodden by society, the people in the lowest social status, and of course, it also had the other aspect that it's speaking the truth, that it's making strong claims, that it is uncompromising about what it believes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we in the West have developed this idea that the reason people have grown away from the church, the reason why we see a large number of people who identify as being non-Christian. Now, not that many actually identify as atheist. They'll say that they're spiritual, or they'll say that they're agnostic and they don't know. The hardcore atheists that you talk to online, they also are painting a very deceptive picture that most people are somewhere in the middle, but they're definitely not what we would call Christians. They're not like strongly opposed to Christianity, but they're not really into it either. And we have gotten the idea that the reason they've fallen away is because the church is too strict, that the church is not inclusive.
Yeah.
The problem is, to try to be more inclusive, we compromise on the truth. We compromise
exactly.
on our moral standards. We compromise even on like just plain facts. Like,
Yeah.
it's not impossible to find someone who calls themselves a Christian saying, maybe Jesus just spiritually rose from the dead, which is utter nonsense.
Of course.
That you cannot be a Christian and say that.
No.
But the problem is that this will never work. This will never work. You're not bringing anyone back into the church by compromising and being more inclusive, because secularism is telling people that they can define their own truth. It is impossible to be more inclusive than that. When Christianity started, it was way more inclusive than society.
Mm-hmm.
But so how we can bring people back is by speaking the truth with confidence and taking a stand.
Yeah.
If you see this denominationally as well, and this isn't an endorsement of any particular denomination or a condemnation of any particular denomination, but if you look at the denominations that have compromised and they have tried to be church for the unchurched, they're shrinking. They're doing the worst of any denomination.
Exactly. People are leaving in droves.
People. These churches that are trying to compromise because they think that's how you win people, they're shrinking the fastest of any.
Yeah.
And the really hardlining churches, the ones that the media will say are evil and horrific and stay away from these people, they're the ones that are attracting people.
Yep. Because if there's one thing I think that any person can, even if you disagree with somebody to their core, honesty and forthrightness with their opinions and steadfastness, there's something that happens. Like I've heard it said about so many celebrities or something that kind of come off as jerks, and they're like, well, at least they're not hiding it. Like at least they're being honest about it, So it's like, even if you don't like what they're saying, there's some type of deep-seated human response that seems to just respect that more. It's a respectable thing to stick to your guns and to dig your toes in and go, no compromise. Like, of course, we reach out to those that we must, and we become all things to all people, just as Paul teaches these things. But to compromise on matters of serious matters of doctrine and stuff like that, it comes off disingenuous. And most people get that weird feeling. They go, this just feels like you're lying, like you're being manipulated, or you're being manipulative, by compromising on true doctrine. And so, yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And it's bearing out quite clearly in society right now. We can see that that war is literally going on right now within my church, within the Catholic Church. I mean, it is very clearly the war on the updating of the church versus maintaining tradition. And that's the thing, is that since, in my opinion, those reforms have come into place, you've seen a lot of people leave, because it's like, what gospel are you teaching us? Like, what is, if you're preaching what is something that is inseparable and a non-comprehensibly different from what the world teaches me, then I'm just going to pick the world. I'm not going to pick God, because the world offers me feel good stuff. The world can get me drunk and can get me high, and it can, I can have illicit sexual relations, and I can do the things that make me feel good. And if that's what you're telling me that Christianity is, trust me, the world can do that on times 1,000. If that's the only gospel that you're preaching to me, is feel good inside, the world can make you feel a quote unquote a lot better inside than the church can. So making that the foundational precipice of the gospels is that you're teaching is just, you'll lose to the world every time, because because that's all you're doing is your diet world. At that point, your church is just diet what the world teaches, and who wants to be there?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why we've seen the downfall of Christianity. So maybe some historical background on why this happened is relevant here. So during the 1800s, primarily, you could say it started in the 1700s and extended into the 1900s, but primarily during the 1800s, this academic criticism of the Bible was filtering down to the public. People were being exposed to a lot of information that they had never heard before. These things don't end up being problematic for the church, but the first time you're hearing something, it might come as a shock that, for example, that there's these other gospels that were just rejected.
Yeah.
Well, they have zero historical credibility. The church, whether you agree that Christianity is the truth or not, it's quite clear that the church picked the sources that are most likely to be authentic, that they picked the earliest sources that have credible claims to going back to people who knew Jesus.
Yeah.
But the mere fact that there's these other sources and this information is filtering down to the public caused a lot of problems. The church was not prepared to deal with these things. Even people who'd gone to seminary didn't necessarily know these things. And as a result, there was a movement to just say, well, I have faith, I don't care. I have faith, I don't need any intellectual basis behind it. And because of that period of time where atheist ideas had the upper hand intellectually, and again, it's no longer the case. Christians have very good responses to these things. When you really look at the evidence, Christianity comes out with flying colors. But because of that period of time where atheism seemed to have the upper hand, there was a movement in the church to redefine faith, which properly defined in the Greek is trust based on evidence or based on experience.
Yeah, exactly.
To mean that I believe without evidence.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's where we lost our way. And everything that you see in society, the crumbling church, if you will, and I think that's highly debatable whether the real church is losing numbers even in the West, as opposed to just not losing nominal believers who never believed in the first place.
Yeah, right.
But regardless, everything you see with secular ideas rising, these wokist ideas rising, it's all an outcrop of what happened in the 19th century, where the church was not prepared to respond to these criticisms, and made the in hindsight idiotic choice of saying we don't need evidence for our religion.
Yeah. And I think this kind of dovetails perfectly into kind of the main discussion topic that we want to get onto, which is that there is this trend that I'm just seeing over and over again, and that it is in seeing Christianity as an inherent and because of what you're talking about, that trend and stuff like that, that Christianity has been a weak opponent to the forces of secularism, liberalism, and like our progressive values, like you talked about the wokest stuff, all of these social movements. Christianity has been unable to sure-footedly defend itself against these ideas, and now in online polemics, it is that Islam is this strong, masculine, dominating force that will save the West from its decadence, from its moral decadence, from its moral corruption, from its inversion of the genders, from its gender confusion, all of these things. And it's hard for a lot of Christians to deal with, because, like I said, to walk the line of what Christ preaches is sometimes very difficult, and it requires humility. Is hard. Pride is very easy. To walk around and carry a big club and just bludgeon to death every idea and every counter position. That it feels awesome to do that. I would know. Like I walked that life for a long time, where I just felt I was so loftily intelligent that all these look at these puny mortals, and I smash them with my intellectual hammer. And so there is this movement. You saw there was that Australian far right gentleman who just Simon Burgess, I think his name was, who just converted to Islam, and he cited exactly those reasons, saying that the moral decay of society was his foundational reason, and and against the drugs and the alcohol and stuff like that, and it was like a refuge from the ails of the world. And you had other people like Joram von Claveren or whatever. He was from I can't remember from where, from a European country. You've got, of course, Andrew Tate is the hottest conversational tactic. I think that's I think there are other more compelling people who have converted for reasons. I think, his celebrity status is questionable at best, but you know what I mean, is that there's this idea that Christianity is weak, and it is a religion of weakness, almost in a way. It is a religion of pacifism. You are not supposed to stand up and defend yourself. You'll hear Muslims as well as atheists alike. Why are you even debating? Why are you even arguing? You can't fight. You're a Christian. Turn the other cheek. Sit down. Be quiet. Let the forces of progressivism, let the forces of feminism and of the LGBT lobby and all that stuff, let them dominate your society, because that is what you're called to be as a Christian, which is a doormat. And of course, if that is what people are being told is Christianity, why wouldn't people leave to go to Islam? And that's really the conversational topic that I want to get to.
I think that Christianity has some answering to do here. I think that we have definitely been negligent in our beliefs. We have allowed this picture to be painted and encouraged this picture to be painted of this hippie Jesus that is just a really nice guy going around being friendly with everyone, never said anything bad about anyone. And we confused what we're really called to, which is to be loving, which entails speaking the truth, even if it's uncomfortable, with this idea of being nice or socially agreeable. And as a result, we've painted this picture that is especially difficult for men to accept, where you have a natural inkling to defend yourself, defend your family, defend everything that is good and right, defend the truth for that matter.
Yeah, agreed.
And you're told, suppress all those desires, suppress all those things, and just be like Jesus. Well, if we're really being like Jesus, he had some really harsh words for the right people. Right? He had some really harsh words for the religious leaders who were hypocrites. He stood absolutely for the truth. He says, if you are not following me, you are cursed forever. And more so than that, even if you're claiming to follow me and you're not actually, you call my name and I never heard you, I never knew you, guess what? You're going to hellfire. So true Christianity is not this nice movement, right? It offers a lot. It offers something extremely important. It offers us forgiveness for our sins. But it doesn't do that by telling us there's no problem with your sins, that all the things that you've done wrong don't matter, that you can just
Mm-hmm.
define your own morality and define your own truth. Rather, it tells us, yes, all those things really, really matter. As I said, there's no good news if there's not first bad news. And
Mm-hmm.
there is definitely bad news. You
Mm-hmm.
are a sinner who cannot save himself. You need God. You
Mm-hmm.
need not just a set of rules to follow, but you need the indwelling Holy Spirit. You need to have your heart renewed. You need to be born as a new person. You need to be
Mm-hmm.
utterly changed.
Yeah.
This isn't about you trying a little harder. This is about a complete change of who you are. That's the actual message of Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
But we've allowed this super nice hippie Jesus who just goes around telling everyone that rejoice, you're loved.
Which
I
is
love you
love.
so
Yeah.
much, which he does, but not in this emotional, wimpy way that
Yeah.
we have decided that love is. We think of love as a feeling. Love is not a feeling. Well, I mean, what we define as love as a feeling obviously is a feeling. Like, I'm not saying
Sure.
there isn't an emotional aspect, but love is an action. It's a
Mm-hmm.
choice. It's something that we do. To truly love is to do something that is unpleasant, is something
Mm-hmm.
we don't want to do.
Yes.
When we're actually loving someone, we're sacrificing our desires, ourselves, for someone else.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just about making someone feel good for a second. It's
Yeah.
about making this absolute choice that the other is more important than the self, and
Mm-hmm.
that other people, that the you know other people having this relationship with God is way more important than my feelings. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That other people having, protecting others. There are, so obviously I was talking about the religious aspect, but now from a social aspect, Christianity is the religion that totally transformed the way the world thinks. We just take it for granted now. You talk to the average secularist or the atheist or whatever, they think it's just an intrinsic human idea that people are
Yeah.
valuable, and that you should be altruistic.
Yeah.
It's not. It's
It
not.
is
You look
not.
at any ancient society, and it was all about self. It was all about what I can get. What
Mm-hmm.
I can get out of this situation.
Yeah.
And they had no moral qualms with, for example, slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And by slavery, I don't just mean like, the generic sense where one person is indebted to another, the
Yeah.
kind of thing that you read about in the Bible, but I mean like, full-blown American chattel slavery, where you're
Chattel. Yeah.
capturing people and beating them and abusing them to get production for yourself out of it. They had no
Sure.
moral qualms with it whatsoever, because
Great.
their
Yeah.
belief systems didn't allow for that, or didn't
Mm-hmm.
necessitate that. They had no conception that a human being had any value. It's the
Mm-hmm.
Judeo-Christian tradition alone that imparts that on the world, and has fundamentally changed the world to such an aspect that we don't even realize what Christianity has done.
Yeah.
We just take it for granted.
Yeah. I think that I found, of course, there's issues with this man's writings, but I found Friedrich Nietzsche's critique that a lot of people who walk around, he basically made this point that a lot of people who call themselves secular or atheists, they're still in a lot of ways Christians. They've just thrown off the idea of God and stuff like that, but they retain a large segment of their moral code from the civilization and the civilization's priors, and they don't. It's always that there's this pure fact, that there's this unblemished objectivity that they believe to be true, and that all of the things I came to, all the conclusions I came to, are just by pure reason. I just reasoned myself into these positions from a young age, and it's just so blatantly obvious that you should not harm others and that you should do unto others that you would want done to yourself. How much more clear could it be? And it's like, you have no idea how many thousand of years that idea didn't take root and was being battled for by specific forces and being fought against by various forces. It was not the norm. You can look at any of the ancient civilizations, and you're not going to see, oh, everybody was just kind of the same. Like every civilization was just inherently good, and they all had the best interest for mankind, and they all wanted to reason towards the greatest good of society for as many people as that we can, and to maximize the holiness of all people. These are things these were not, maybe by some random philosopher or something. You had Aristotle and Plato in a lot of ways that had these all kind of pre-Christian conceptions. That's why a lot of times the church will regard them as almost like they were saints, like they were saints to the pagans, almost in a way, because they kind of in a way reasoned themselves to it. But their views were not the majority view of the Roman Empire or of the Greeks, of the Byzantines, or whatever, prior to Christianity. It was the moral claims of the church that radically shifted the mental states and what we believe to be good, true, and beautiful, by and large. And it wasn't just a natural, pure reasoned development that happened, that you're capable of doing. No, there's influence. You have influence from every aspect of your life that you really just you take for granted. You just breathe air and you're like, oh yeah, I came to all these conclusions on my own. No, but you didn't. Like, you really didn't. No man is an island. You're in a culture, you're in a society, and it has its specific moral claims. You can look at so easily, just in the recent history, you had World War II, where there was very specific rules of warfare that, like, Europe, either prior Christian nations or still current Christian nations had for rules of engagement in warfare. Like the whole being able to retain your dead, not shooting medics, and all that stuff, like being able to pull bodies off the battlefield. These are European Christian concepts that were completely foreign. That's why when you look at in the Pacific Assault, Japan did not care about any of those rules. They were like, we're going to put, landmines under the bodies of the dead so that when you try to recover them, they're going to blow up the medics. That's just that's a very recent thing too. So, what is it, sweetheart? So maybe you want to talk about that for a sec. I think I got to take care of her for a bit.
Yeah.
I'll be right
no
back.
Worries.
Yeah.
To give another example of how Christianity has changed the world, in the ancient times, it was very common practice for people who had children they didn't want to simply abandon those children, just leave them outside to die. This idea is so repugnant to the modern mind that we can't even imagine that this was once common practice. But in fact, it was. If a child was born with, say, physical deformities, for example, you just leave them outside to die. You don't directly chop their head off. You just let nature take its course. You're not doing anything wrong. And it was Christianity that led to the end of this practice. Christians started to build orphanages. They started to build places where people could take unwanted children, which has a technical term which I don't remember off the top of my head. But they specifically made a place where someone who did not want their newborn child could take them to, abandon them, and no consequences. And then Christians, out of their own income, out of their own resources, would raise this child. And over time, this led to the complete abolition of this practice. But how did Christians do this? Did they do it with the power of the sword? Did they do it with the power of the legislator forcing laws upon people? No, they did it by changing people's hearts. They did it with the gospel. And this is what I think the solution is to all of the problems we face today. And there's a diversity of problems. They have very different manifestations, but they're all boiled down to one thing, and that's that people are no longer reliant on God. They are no longer understanding what it means to be a Christian, and they look at it and they think that Christianity is evil, that they've convinced themselves somehow that all the problems of the world come from Christianity. But in reality, all the problems of the world come from human nature. They come from the sinful human being who is doing exactly what the wokest PC culture is doing, saying there's nothing wrong with you. That you can define your own morality. And people did that for thousands of years. They defined their own morality. Yes, they had religions. Yes, they had belief systems, but those belief systems were created in their own image. All of the pagan gods that ever existed boil down to human beings with superpowers. They're arbitrary. They make stupid decisions. They punish people just for the heck of it. They do all kinds of things that human beings would do. And that's because they are essentially human beings. They're what a human being would imagine their God would be. It'd be just like them, but with more power. And so what did you do? What was your response to these gods? Did you have a relationship with them? Did they teach you how to be a better person? No, you did specific rituals to get specific things from them. You need a good harvest, you sacrifice to the god. You need better family relations, you go to the temple and you light a candle or whatever, the variety. But they all boiled down to human beings trying to manipulate the god to do what they wanted them to do. So they didn't offer any real solutions because they didn't offer any change of heart. All they offered is a ritualistic response. So while you were gone, Wolf, I was talking about why Christianity is the answer to our problems, and that's because it offers it tells us that there's something wrong, right? That we are fundamentally of a different nature than God, and we need to rely on the other. We need to rely on our fellow Christians as a family, and we need to rely on God. Whereas the secular movement is just like the ancient pagan religions, that it's about placing your trust in yourself, manipulating your circumstances to get what you want out of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely correct. That it's the de-emphasis, it's the propping up. There, you'll see a very, if from what I've observed, you see a very common trend amongst whether it's like the New Age movements or just a lot of the modernisms that we see. It's this total, and this of course I think comes out of like enlightenment rationalism and things like that, where it's like total emphasis on the self. It's total emphasis on you and your rational faculties and your ability to do things. And that's antithetical to the Christian truth. That's antithetical to the teachings of the church. You're not an island. You're not capable of doing these kinds of things, of kind of pulling your own self out of the rut, that you're in. You have to rely on God. You must rely on grace, the salvific nature of Christ's atonement. These things are outside of your control, and you did not do those things, and you would be incapable of doing otherwise without God's immediate intervention in your life. And so this whole line of reasoning that's been built out of the Enlightenment, and you'll see it, like I said, in the New Age cults, it's a very, very strict emphasis on the self and the powers of the self. That's why you have even, the Satanic Church, which, is of course an atheist institution, as much as people don't realize that often. They think it's like a theistically Satanist, but it's not. But it's all the will to power. It's all using the will to bend the mind. It's it's always this willful action of yourself and the assertion of the self as the ultimate God, basically. I even read on their official website, I think at one point it says we want to go from atheism to I-theism, because I am the precipice of all things, and I was like, it's so crazy how honest he is about that. Like, I can't believe he would say that and not be like, well, there's maybe something wrong. But that's what it's about. It's the self-worship. It's the idolization of total selfhood.
Yeah, so the flip side of the equation. So I already, kind of explained why I think that Christianity has answers, and you seem to be in broad agreement with that. The flip side is why I think that Islam doesn't have answers.
Yeah.
But first, I want to read this super chat from Time is Fleeting. Nice to see Wolf's brand of faith is lupine and not supine. Salafis are sidelined in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Huge reformers now permit nightclubs and parties. Drugs flourish quietly. Scholars back some liberal changes. And
Mm-hmm.
actually, I hadn't read the comments. So I didn't know that he ended up by talking about Saudi Arabia there. But this goes to one of the things I want to say about Islam is that this isn't the first time in Islamic history, but that there's been this fundamentalist movement where they have, tried to go back to these strict moral commands. And as he's alluding to here, it's starting to unravel in the Middle East. Now, uh, I'll come back to that in just a second. But when you look at the societies that tried to do this in the past, they never lasted very long.
Mm-hmm.
They tended to collapse pretty quickly because ultimately it's a really harsh system. And if all you're offering people is don't do this or you'll be punished,
Mm-hmm.
it works for a time, but it doesn't end up bringing about true change the way the gospel does. The way someone who is, say, a drug addict and
Mm-hmm.
accepts Christ as savior can have a real change. And
Mm-hmm.
which isn't about, that's not to say that they completely devoid of any desires for their former life. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, we're still living in this world and we're still have the flesh.
Yeah.
But there's something about this commitment that really changes people. Like, it's not just an act.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings me back to a fundamental thing that you need to understand about the majority of the Islamic world is that it functions on an honor and shame culture.
Mm-hmm.
That uh, it's not. It's a very different way of thinking about things. We think of morality as, there's something that's right and there's something that's wrong. And if you do that wrong thing, it doesn't matter if no one ever finds out about it, it's still
Mm-hmm.
wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The way an honor shame culture works is that what's far more important than what you do is what is known in public, and specifically what is talked about in public. Even
Mm-hmm.
if people know about your behavior, as long as no one talks about it, it's all right. So what you find in practice in these societies is you have very strict rules, and to an outsider, it looks like people are following them. But the reality is that they have the same sinful depravity that anyone else has. It's just not
Mm.
talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So in preparation for this talk, I looked up some hard statistics. I saw a survey that said that 10% of boys are molested by their madrasa teacher, by their Islamic teacher,
Oh, that's awful.
because it's shameful and no one will talk about it. It doesn't
Mm.
exist. Officially, the statistics say 0%, right? And it says
Yeah.
that there's 4 rapes in the last 20 years in Saudi Arabia or whatever,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because it's shameful to talk about it. I had a woman on who was a convert from Islam. She was molested by her uncle, then sexually, and then she was molested by her aunt sexually, and then when she came of age, she was raped by a Islamic teacher. And when she knew that she wasn't supposed to talk about these things, so she hid it from her parents. And when she finally came of age, around the age of 20 or whatever, and she told her parents what had happened, they said, "Don't talk about this.
Mm.
Nothing can be done about it. You'll just bring shame upon our family if you talk about it. Do
Mm.
not go public with this information." And that's from her own parents. Her own parents are telling her, it's worse for you to talk about it than what they did to you.
Mm. Jeez, that's number one. God be with that person for having endured such a horrific series of activities. Gosh, it breaks my heart. Almost made me cry. I can't. That kind of abuse is so. My mother suffered similar abuse when when she was younger, and like every time there's any, my heart overflows for my mother, and I can't imagine that happening to anybody. It's just so terrible. So first off, just God be with them. But then secondarily, to have it not discussed out of the fear of the fallout or the damage that it would do is just almost equally horrific, if not more so. Justice requires the truth. And now see, I guess there's a double side to that sword. Whereas we see a lot of times here in the West, there is almost this culture of outrage where it's calling people out, in public for their evil views of whatever shape or form. And that's almost become like an industry to do any type of immorality or whatever. We're very quick on the trigger to point out to point out those faults and to call it out in the West, even if it's false as accusations. There's a lot of that going on around right now. And so, there's got to be some type of middle ground, between those two things, because they're both equally those are equally catastrophically bad from my perspective.
Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree with what you just said, that uh, pretending that there is no sin going on, and in this case, not just like, bland sin, like say lying to someone.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm diminishing that the importance of small sins, but
Sure.
things that like destroy someone else's life,
Mm-hmm.
that the abuse of a child. These things shouldn't be talked about. That they just sweep them under the rug. As long as
Yeah.
as long as no one knows about it, it's all right.
Yeah.
But then on the other side, where you have these secularist atheist ideas, which are consistent with their belief that there is no God and there is no objective morality,
Yeah.
that nothing is really wrong. There's just things that society approves of and things that society doesn't approve
Correct.
of. So
Yeah.
we can change our moral compass however we like. We can
Mm-hmm.
decide, as a society, we can decide one day that something that's always been considered wrong is no longer wrong. And there's
Yeah.
nothing that you can say against that. From an atheist perspective, you can call yourself a secular humanist all you want, but you have no objective reason for anything that you support. That
Mm-hmm.
if atheism is true, there is no such thing as good and evil. There's only things you
True.
like and things you don't like.
Yep. Pleasure and pain.
So there's no answer there, right?
Yeah.
There's no answer there whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And ironically, this shame culture that is developed in the United States, where someone said something 20 years ago and someone digs it up and their career is over, that doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah.
We need this ground that we're acknowledging evil, we're acknowledging that it's a real thing, but we also have forgiveness. We also
Mm-hmm.
have the ability to say to someone, I can tell that you are sorry, I can tell that you're repentant. As Jesus says, go and sin no more,
Mm-hmm.
but your past sins are forgiven, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
I'm not going to, if you're unrepentant, if you're saying there's nothing wrong with my behavior, then you're not forgiven, right? But if you are repentant, you actually want to turn. That doesn't mean you live a perfect life, but you actually want to turn from the wrong things you've done, then you're forgiven. You have the opportunity to make amends.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we need to get to. The strict system of Islam that appears resistant to these liberal ideas is only so from the outside. Internally, the people have the same desires as any other human being.
Sure.
They just don't make those desires publicly known.
Sure.
And as long as you're relying on yourself, to be a better person, you are going to fail.
Yeah.
Ask any honest person. It doesn't matter what their own personal moral code is. They don't have to be a Christian. They don't have to be a Muslim. They don't have to be any particular belief. If you ask any honest person, have they lived up to their own standards? Not even God's standards, just
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
own standards. They'll say, no, I don't
Mm-hmm.
always live up to my own standards.
Mm-hmm.
So as human beings, we're going to fail. And if all you have to keep you from failing or keep society from degenerating is
Mm-hmm.
a harsh system of punishment, that isn't going to work in the long term.
Yeah. Not to say I don't want to make like a libertarian argument that like all laws are invalid because it doesn't ultimately change the heart. Because I do believe in law and order, and I think justice is part and parcel of that. I think that we do need to have justice in the form of just laws to prevent certain heinous acts, and punishment for these heinous acts should exist without a doubt. So I agree with you, and I'm not contradicting what you're saying, because I know that's not what you mean, but I just want to emphasize it for the audience that it doesn't take away, just because the law itself isn't salvific doesn't mean it doesn't do good. And from my perspective, I mean, it's funny that you had mentioned. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So that is a highly relevant point here. That as Christians, we believe that all sins are serious, all sins are against God, all sins break your relationship with God. But that doesn't mean all sins have the same practical effects on society.
Exactly.
So we don't believe in like divinely prescribed punishments for particular things, but that doesn't mean we don't think that there should be punishments for certain things. That
Sure.
society, we need to decide our laws based on a practical decision influenced by what scripture teaches, of course. But
Hmm.
as far as like what is the appropriate punishment for a particular act, that's more of a societal determination than and the law has multiple purposes. Like the secular law has multiple purposes. One is as a deterrent. It is
Yeah,
valid to have laws as deterrents. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just
exactly.
saying a deterrent alone isn't going to be
Yeah,
sufficient to keep
correct.
your society in order.
Especially in the
um,
long run.
yeah. And even apart from deterrent, there is an aspect of punishment being justified. That you wronged someone else, you should have to do something to restore that situation.
Yeah.
That even if you're not like directly paying the person back, but you're paying
Hmm.
society back by your time in jail and whatnot. uh, that's a valid aspect as well as the aspect of separating people who are dangerous from society.
Agreed.
And ideally prison should try to reform people, and it should try
Yeah.
to get them to where they can re-enter society as a productive member. But even if it's not able to achieve that, it's still a legitimate purpose of the
Hmm.
legal system to separate
Hmm.
people who are dangerous from people who are not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. It was a funny point. You had said that you brought up the kind of the inconsistencies on the moral foundations of the atheist framework, and we were kind of talking about like kind of the whole cancel culture thing. And it's funny because, like you said, they're moral relativists, so they think that we can progress. Like, oh, well, you hear it all the time. They'll use the current year argument where they're like, well, we're in 2023, so whatever we believed 50 years ago, that's obsolete. That's ridiculous. We have progressed past that, and so because of course it's a morally subjective argument. But then they'll look, like I said, 20 years ago when something was normal to do, and they'll say that person's livelihood should be destroyed, even though that was a normative thing for somebody to do at that point in time. So they believe their lives should be ruined, even though their whole worldview is based on subjective morality in the first place. So why is that person wrong objectively
Hmm.
from
Hmm.
doing that, from participating in a culture that didn't believe that was wrong? That makes absolutely no sense. Like that you believe that we could progress past these ideas and that's what society does, and that people just believed in these things that were archaic and wrong back in the day, and it wasn't of their fault. It was just the culture. It was just, since it's subjective, it's just their culture. Oh, but yet people should be held accountable of those crimes that they did, that they had no control over back then because of their culture. That's to me, that's a complete contradiction.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to bring this more to some specific claims of Islam, because ultimately we want to talk about whether Islam has answers to our problems.
Yeah.
And I want to look at one particular thing that Islam teaches, which I think is illustrative. It's not like the only example I could go to, but Islam doesn't really have a concept of rape. There's only legalized sex and non-legalized sex.
Hmm. Hmm.
So what we call marriage, and what is sometimes translated as marriage in Islamic texts, the word they use, nikah, is literally the same word as intercourse. That
Oh,
that
wow.
the marriage contract is the intercourse contract.
Huh.
They're one and the same. That as a man who agrees with another man, generally the father of the bride,
Hmm.
you agree to pay a certain price for legalized sex. That now, this is not to say that Muslim marriages are not loving. It's not to say that the average Muslim sees their wife as an object, but rather this is the fundamental way that things are set up. They do that in spite of the system, not because of it.
I get that.
Um,
There's a
so
distinction to be made there.
right. So
Yeah.
there are, I don't know a number, but let's say 90% of Muslim men approach their wives in a very loving way, and they have a very good relationship. Well, the other 10% are not doing anything that's wrong according to Islam. And because it's all about whether sex is legal or illegal, there's not really a concept of rape. There's no distinction between forcing yourself upon a woman, and
Mm-hmm.
consensual sex outside of marriage. They're the same thing. That they're one in the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the legal system is set up such, or at least the Sharia, the I'm not saying the actual laws of actual countries, but the way that Islamic laws are supposed to be set up, is that there's a presumption that the woman involved and the man involved are equally guilty. So in order to prove rape, you have to have, and this is explicit, you have to have 4 eyewitnesses who saw, quote unquote, the pen entering the inkwell, is how it's described. That you have to have not just 4 people who saw that someone was taken into a bedroom, but they have to actually see the sex act. And if you don't have those 4 witnesses in classic Islamic jurisprudence, you don't have a case. But because if you're, say you get pregnant, well, there is proof that you committed sexual acts outside of marriage, you're in big trouble, right? So and your own testimony can't be used against the person you're accusing. So there's this presumption, and this fits right in with the honor and shame culture, that it's not what's discouraged is making information known, making immoral information known. The immoral acts, yes, they're discouraged, but even worse than the immoral acts themselves is making this known, bringing shame upon yourself, your family, your society. The victim of the rape, and again, in modern societies, they have laws that are broadly compatible with Western understanding, but they do this in spite of the religion, not because of it. So even now, though, with the Western style laws in place in much of the Islamic world, not everywhere, but much of it, there still is shame brought upon the family by making a rape accusation. So you very rarely ever get anyone making an accusation. It's not because they're not raped. It's not because because men are somehow better in the Islamic world, and there's no person who desires this,
Mm-hmm.
but rather it's about not making a public show of it. So it doesn't provide, it actually doesn't even provide as strong of a deterrent as
Mm-hmm.
Western laws. As flawed as our societies are, there are deterrents against immoral sexual activity.
Yeah.
Premarital sex, not so much discouraged by society anymore, and Muslims will point to that
Boo.
and
Yeah.
and say that's a massive problem.
Eh,
And I think that we definitely need to do a better job of teaching the truth as Christians. But the Islamic system doesn't necessarily provide any deterrent
mm-hmm.
against these things, other than a moral deterrent, right? There is a moral deterrent. You're not supposed to do these things, but there's no real consequences for doing these things,
Yeah, sure.
because every male knows the reality of the situation, that they're not going to get in trouble for this. As long as they do it in private, they're not going to get in trouble, because no one will bring shame upon themselves and their family by
Yeah.
making it public information.
It's just an interesting, like when you said that those eyewitnesses have to actually see the consummative act, like it's such a crazy concept to me that you have to be that involved in the act itself to be an eyewitness. Like I don't even really understand how that's really possible. Like, if you're doing something so heinous, I don't think having people there to witness it, I don't think anybody in there I don't understand how that can happen. Is my point. Seems like a standard that is unmeetable in my estimation.
Yeah, and this standard supposedly comes from Muhammad himself. Now, whether he actually said the things that are in the
Mm-hmm.
hadith, that's highly debatable, but it's supposed to come from himself. So it's not supposed to be something that a Muslim can question. Now, in
Mm-hmm.
practice, most Muslims I talk to will reject hadith that they don't find moral, but in
Yeah,
principle, they're not supposed to.
sure.
So just real quickly, I do have a news article here on from the Guardian, and it showing that this isn't just a theoretical problem, that this is the reality of the situation. So they're talking about a particular individual here who was raped and imprisoned and given 25 lashes. And the article opens up here. Up to 80% of women in Pakistan's jails are charged under rules that penalize rape victims, but hardliners have vetoed an end to the Islamic law. So Pakistan and Afghanistan are pretty much the only places where Islamic law is, for the most part, carried out. So it'll go on here to describe her story. So she was 19-year old. In the spring of 2005, she was raped by her family's neighbor, a postman, and his teenage son. She fell pregnant and later miscarried as a result. Her mistake was to tell her parents. With their consent, under Pakistan's orthodox Islamic laws, she was charged with fornication outside of marriage and sentenced to 100 lashes, later reduced to 50 and then 25 because of her young age, and she was sent to jail. After 4 months, her prison ordeal ended when a family friend secretly paid a bribe. Her plight is not unique. So this happens regularly in Sharia-compliant societies, and this is why these societies don't last very long. Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Middle East, they've kind of under the table moved away from this. Publicly speaking, they absolutely still have all these strict laws, but under the surface, there is a rise, as my commenter that pointed out earlier. And just to let you know who he is a ex-Muslim who grew up in a devout Islamic family. He's not a Christian. He is an atheist at current, but he grew up in the situation and he saw these things firsthand. So when he's saying that the Saudi royal family are hypocrites and that they are going to parties, it's more than just them being hypocrites. It's that alcohol, which any Muslim will tell you is like one of the worst things in the world,
haram, yeah.
Is readily available to the public. Even it's not legal to sell it, but no one cares if you're selling it under the table, behind the scenes. This isn't about Saudi Arabia specifically, but since I have this statistic off the top of my head, where in Iran, which is somewhat of a different situation, they're Shia instead of Sunni, but
of course,
they still have the same basic moral code, and alcohol is strictly forbidden and whatnot. I saw a survey that like 70% of people admit to drinking alcohol in Iran. So it's not like the societal situation is that much different under the surface. On the surface, absolutely, it looks quite different. It looks like they don't have problems of crime. They don't have problems of abuse. That people seem to be strictly adhering to a moral code. And I will say, in fairness, that probably the average Muslim is more devout, that they are more serious about their religion than the average Christian, or the average person who calls themselves a Christian anyway. But that doesn't mean that that morality is necessarily a big part of that. That it's about, so the commonly believed Islamic system, the one that most Muslims believe today, not necessarily the one their scriptures teach, but the one that most Muslims believe today, is that there's this cosmic scale, right? That your good deeds are over here and your bad deeds are over here. As long as you do slightly more good deeds than bad deeds, you're probably all right.
Right.
And not only that, Allah is so merciful that he'll count your intent to do a good deed as another good deed. So you actually do a good deed that counts as two, and so forth. So that because of this conception, bad things matter, right? They definitely matter. I'm not saying they don't matter and they don't care about sin. But there's the idea that if you do enough good, it balances out your evil deeds. Whereas in Christianity, we say that any amount of sin is offensive to God.
Yeah.
That, even if you're the best person to ever live. I'm excluding Jesus, obviously, but even if you're like the most moral person, right? You're what any person in society will look up and say, that's a really great person. He spends 40 hours a week volunteering for charity, and he lives a life of poverty because he wants all his money to go to helping others, and so on and so forth. A really great person, but he still has some sins. And God says, that whatever amount of sin you have, that utterly separates you from me, because our concept of God is that he is 100% just, 100% good, and cannot tolerate evil. He cannot tolerate any evil whatsoever, even if it's from a human perspective, a small amount. Whereas the Islamic concept of God is he's just some guy out there who's enforcing rules, but it's not about like being in his presence. It's not about having a relationship with him. This is why you even though no Muslim would admit this is why Muhammad in practice is far more important than Allah. It is because he's relatable. He's a human being. He is their connection to the spiritual world, whereas Allah is lofty and distant, way apart, and he's just sitting as arbitrator. He decides who gets into heaven and who doesn't. But like I said, Muslims will believe in that cosmic scale, and there are hadith that support that idea that you earn points and you get minus points and positive points, and why not?
Yeah.
But if you read the Quran and you take it seriously, it seems that really it's just Allah's decision, that there really is no justice at all. He just decides that some people, he creates some. Actually, it's worse, right? He creates some people specifically to go to heaven, and he creates other people specifically to go to hell. And that your destiny is decided by Allah. And even if you think you're on the right track, even if you're doing all these good deeds, you have no assurance, because you could be deceived. You could be deceiving yourself. Jinns could be deceiving you. Allah could be deceiving you. And then his decree will kick in at the last minute. You'll commit the unforgivable sin of associating partners with Allah, and you'll go straight to hell. And that's what the Quran seems to teach. It seems to teach complete determinism, that human beings have no say in the matter. Now that system is too harsh. No one will, that will not be attractive to anyone, which is why historically and now most Muslims don't believe it, but it does seem to be what their scriptures teach.
Yeah, and it harkens back. I have those bring back my Calvinist memories. that's my short point on that, is that double predestination, the whole vessels of wrath, vessels of mercy thing was something that I entertained, and it was funny because I was so convinced of the truth of that claim, and I was talking to my buddy about, I was like, well, how can you say that that's unjust? God has total freedom to do what he wishes. And my buddy Adam was like, you could say that if you're one of the vessels of mercy, but what if you're the vessel of wrath? Like, doesn't that seem kind of unjust to them from their perspective? And it's funny, but I was, I don't know. I think I was, it was just more edgy. It was more edgy Christianity back then. So I think I was.
So, non-denominational Calvinism has certain appeals, and they do have ways of answering these questions. I want to be fair, but I agree with you that it doesn't seem right, at least from a human perspective. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. No, I just remember that little thing. Exactly. Like I have one of my best friends, and the person who actually ultimately led me into my conversion is still a reformed. He's a reformed Anglican actually currently. So I don't mean to trash their beliefs. And of course there's answers for that. But yeah, I just remember just that specific story kind of harkened back to that. So yeah, no shade on my reformed or my Calvinist brothers, but yeah, it's an interesting thing because I've heard it mentioned about how there's an like the veil, because Christ tore the veil, essentially between us and God, and there's this hearkening back, this eternal calling back to God that we're able to participate in now. The Eastern Orthodox have their beautiful concept of theosis. You got the beatific vision in Catholicism and stuff like that, and it is this whole being able to now gain union with God, with our Creator, and to be in, all of our deepest wants are all found in God, and our ultimate union with God and our relationship with God. Whereas in Islam, that veil is still up. There is no kind of idea. But that's the thing, right? Is that like there were a lot of Sufis that kind of, it's almost like it was a part of the Christian belief about that ultimate unification, like, or a theosis based belief, because you would be like extinguished in the divine oneness, like your personhood becomes completely eradicated. And I've seen that kind of talk be brought about by those perennialists and those traditionalists. And so it's an interesting overlap, because I think almost that the Christian concept of God and of Christ and the way that you're led into relationship with God kind of matches up with that story. Whereas what we're experiencing as small o Orthodox Islam, that doesn't seem to be possible, because from everything that I've read about what Jannah is like, doesn't sound anything like that, extinguishing in the oneness of God, and losing all selfhood. It sounds, to put it in kind terms, it seems kind of like a decadent pleasure fest. And I don't mean any disrespect, but like, I cannot not see it when I read what it's said to be like. And I like I said, I do not mean to be disrespectful, but I have tried really hard to try to make sense of it, but I'm like, I don't see anything else besides exactly the kind of moral decay that I see that's going on, and the pleasure seeking and behavior of people now. I'm like, that's kind of just what you get in Jannah. And I'm open, of course, to be corrected on that, but from my perspective, I can't see any reason out of it.
Yeah, and I've had plenty of Muslims tell me that straight up, as supposedly a reason why I should want to be a Muslim. And
yeah,
that in paradise we get to have sex all the time. In paradise we get to eat whatever we want. In paradise, alcohol is really good. You just, because you don't get drunk and you don't have the side effects, so you can drink as much as you want, and all these things. And a Muslim might say something like, in Jannah you get exactly what you want, or you get everything that you want. And notice the key word here, you.
Yeah.
It's what you want that matters. And a friend recently posed this challenge, which I haven't had a chance to actually ask a Muslim yet, but I think it's a very poignant challenge. If your conception of Satan, to a Muslim, saying if Shaitan was in charge of this religion and he was making you promises about heaven, is there anything that you get in Jannah that he wouldn't promise you? Or is there, sorry, I said that backwards. Is there anything he would promise you that you wouldn't get in Jannah? Yeah. And I honestly can't think of anything, because you supposedly get exactly what your heart desires. Yeah. Whereas, our concept is that you get to be in God's presence, that you get to be in intimate relationship with him. And I've had Muslims straight up tell me, your conception of heaven's really lame. And I say, really? I think yours is really lame, because if all you want is to have sex with lots of women and drink and party and have fun, you can go do that now. Why wait to heaven?
No, I totally agree with that. It doesn't resonate me with it at all. Like it's one of my biggest like contentions with the faith, because it doesn't seem, it's not, to me, that's not beautiful. That's that like I said, we're seeing the effects of that kind of pleasure seeking behavior here and now, and I think it's ugly. Like, I think it's a very it's a stain upon society. And to say that, oh well, it's an eternal party in heaven, I'm like, I don't want an eternal party in heaven. I don't personally want that. I want to be unified with my Creator in all of the desires and the fallenness of my flesh, which is the cravings for alcohol or for degenerate moral things and stuff like that, to be extinguished and to be done away with. I don't want to desire to have sexual relations with anybody in heaven. I don't want to have desire to eat, the most scrumptious food. I want that desire gone. I want all of that to be taken away from me, because all it is burden. It's all burden upon the human. And so, yeah, no, that's, I don't know, maybe I guess it's just a difference in perspective, I suppose. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in fairness, you may occasionally find a very liberalized Muslim who will say that all of this language is just symbolic because these are
Yeah.
terms that humans would understand. That's not the historical position. It's not the majority position. The majority position is exactly what we describe, that it's a very carnal place with lots of pleasure, lots of sex, especially if you read. I'm sure you probably haven't done this, but if you read like the tafsir and the later sources of speculating what heaven's like, they go into graphic detail and make claims like you'll be embracing the same lover for 300 years and never get tired. And it's
Oh
like,
goodness.
okay, thanks.
Yeah, that just makes me wince so bad. Like makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up because I'm just like, oh man, why must it be this way? Oh, so I'll probably save myself for the memory of reading that. But yeah, no, that's see, I just don't get it. That doesn't makes no appeals to me. Because like you said, I can just go do that right now. if I really wanted to fulfill my heart's desires like that, I could live a life of debauchery and degeneracy and decadence, because literally that's the West's entire shtick right now. Is do what you want, enjoy to the fullest extent. You only live once, the whole YOLO thing, so drink and be merry, and it's like out of Ecclesiastes, yeah.
Yeah, and notice the hypocrisy too, because it's like, well, here on earth, it's really wrong for you to drink alcohol. Here on earth, it's really wrong for you to have relations with anyone other than your wife. In Jannah, those things are good. And I've asked Muslims what the difference is, and they're like, well, Allah blesses it in Jannah. Or, he takes away the bad effects. He takes away the bad effects of alcohol in heaven. He takes away the bad effects of having many sexual partners in Jannah. It's like, okay, if that's really what he wants from you, why didn't he just do that here and now? If they say it's a test, right? Then it's a test, but a test for what purpose? Deny yourself these things so you can get them. What? It just
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
So I wanted to bring this up real quick. This is a hadith from Sahih Muslim. So there's 7 canonical hadith collections. The top 2 of those are Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. Theologically, they're on par with the Quran. That the words that they are in them are supposed to be as undeniable as what is in the Quran, because they're supposed to be authentic sayings of Muhammad, and he's not supposed to be able to err on theological matters. And this is just to emphasize the point that I made earlier about determinism being in view. Aisha, the mother of the believers, said that Allah's messenger was called to lead the funeral prayer of a child of the Ansar. I said, so Aisha said, Allah's messenger, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin, nor has reached the age when it can commit sin. So, it died at a very young age. Muhammad replies, Aisha, peradventure it may be otherwise, because God has created for paradise those who are fit for it, while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell those who are going to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were there, yet in their father's loins. So it's pretty explicitly deterministic that now, again, this isn't Islam in practice, and most Muslims would not believe this. They would say that their good deeds determine their destination. But as far as the scripture goes, as far as the things that they're supposed to believe, it really seems to teach determinism. And whatever point system there is, that's only a visual manifestation of what Allah has already determined. He creates some people for paradise, and he creates other people for hell. And then this is explicit in the Quran as well, that he guides those who he wills. So he creates some people, and then he guides them, make sure they do good things, do good deeds, and he misguides who he wills. So he creates other people who are destined for hell, and he misguides them. He purposely makes them do wrong things so that he can send them to hell.
Wow. Yeah, that doesn't sound that doesn't line up at all with what we would I don't really even have words to parcel that out, because it just seems so antithetical to everything that a Christian believes that God does. You know, especially the intentionally. Yeah, mommy went, mommy left, mommy gone. Sorry. So yeah, if you want to elaborate that further real quick, I think I gotta take care of her again real fast, and then
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
be right back.
Yep. So no worries. So when we read in the Quran, if we're going just based on the Quran, the supposed literal words of Allah, we see time and time again that the people have very little say in the matter. Uh, Furthermore, the Quran or I think it's actually a hadith, declares that if a people were to not sin, like if there was a group of people, a society that was completely free of sin and thus, in theory, earns their own passage into paradise, Allah would destroy them and create a new people. He would destroy them and create a new people because he needs to be merciful. He needs human beings to be sinful so that he can be merciful towards them. And Abu Bakr really demonstrates this understanding of his God, how everything is arbitrary and you can be deceived. He says, even though Muhammad personally guaranteed Abu Bakr entry into paradise, as well as several of the other companions, so Muhammad personally guaranteed him that, he says that even if I had one foot in paradise, I wouldn't trust it. I would still be afraid that Allah's decree was about to kick in and that I would be sent to hell, that I had been deceived this whole time. So Muhammad personally guarantees him entry into paradise, but he understands who Allah is. He really understands what makes his God tick. And as a result, he responds this way. He says, yeah, I've been guaranteed, but I'm not going to trust it until I'm actually there. Once I'm in Jannah, okay, good. I know that I can't be thrown out of Jannah, but until I'm actually there, just not going to believe that. So welcome back. You had perfect timing. I had literally
Sweet.
just finished the sentence.
Nice. I got the old Spidey senses on that one. Good. Did you have something for a point for me to know, or
Yeah, well, I'll just really quickly reiterate what I said
sure?
to the audience, and that is the example of Abu Bakr, one of Muhammad's companions, who Muhammad personally guaranteed entry into paradise. He did this for several of his companions, said that you are the chosen people who I know are going to paradise. Abu Bakr, in an authentic hadith, says that even if I had one foot in Jannah, I would still not believe it because Allah's decree might kick in and I might have been deceived the whole time and I could still go to hell. So this is an individual who really understands what is being taught in the text. He really understands that he can't trust his senses. He can't even trust Muhammad's words because his God might be deceiving Muhammad and have given him a false idea about people. It's part of the test, right? That you're given this promise, but you could still not pass the test because
wow.
getting that promise just means that it's even harder for you because you're even more likely to rebel against Allah, thinking that you have a free license to do whatever you
Yeah.
want.
That's interesting. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. That's and it's kind of a directly from the source kind of a quote. So kind of hard to get around something like that. I mean, that's one of the companions. And so if you're going to rely on that as the main source of your doctrine and being, of orthodoxy, then I mean, how do you reason your way out of that? From my perspective. So that's interesting. So, to kind of move the conversation, in a way, I think so. Like when we're talking about these kind of nefarious cultural forces that we kind of mentioned earlier, how do you see, like, especially one of the main ones that I to talk about is the whole the gender issue, the sexual immorality issue. I don't want to be super specific because I don't want your channel to get striked or anything like that. So I don't even know. I don't even know what I can say.
I have a feeling I know what you mean, and YouTube is definitely very much on one
Yeah.
side of that equation.
Exactly. So that's the thing is why what is, I mean, what truly is the Christian answer to this? Like, and I think I know the answer, but I think that, like, you know, some people I feel like don't, because there's big grapplings in the church with this issue right now. I mean, you had the Anglican Church just you know, just basically have a big vote to allow for some of these distortions of marriage. And then, you know, you're having the same thing that's going on with the German episcopacy within the Catholic Church, and it's just kind of everywhere. It's so widespread. Somebody had said, I believe it was Bishop Barron. He made a good point about this recently, and because he was talking about it specifically, and he said that all of the people that, because they'll always make the claim that it's about inclusivity and it's about going into the lowest people, like, because you kind of talked about the ministry to the downtrodden and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, well, they're oppressed members of society. Everybody dislikes them, which number one, I don't even really necessarily accept. But number two, yeah, but the difference is that the people who are in sin, who are living in active sin, they repented and they were told to go and sin no more. And they were fundamentally changed from their encounter with the risen Lord or Jesus prior to this, the crucifixion. He wasn't changed, and nor was the doctrine changed. It was them who always went away changed. And so, yes, there is ministry to those who are afflicted by sin and stuff like that. And Christ, of course, teaches us to do that. But to compromise on the reality of doctrine, and to condone something, especially in the name of love, when, like we talked about earlier, the concept of love is not just being nice. You know, if you have to take an example, you know, if you have a child that's, you know, doing, if you an older child who's doing drugs or something like that, is it good to just allow them to continue to poison themselves with something that's so harmful to them? Is that what love means, just because they like it? You know, that's it. I always think about it in those terms. You know, if you were to truly love somebody, do you not wish for the best for them? And do you not wish for them, even if they do like a thing? I deal with this with my daughter all the time. She wants to eat ice cream 24/7 because she's 2 years old and sugar's delicious. But can I do that for her? Would that be righteous to do if I say that I love her? No, I don't think so. And I think that's what we're caving on, those kinds of issues. And so what would you say
Yeah,
about
yeah. So I would say, first of all, that we need to look at historical Christianity, because right, the question here is like, you know, what can Christianity do for society?
that? Yeah.
Or, you know, do we have answers to these problems? And I think we need to look at historical Christianity, and we need
Hmm.
to see how these issues like these, not necessarily like identical in every possible way, but issues like these existed in the ancient world as well.
Yeah.
Um, for example, it was common practice for male leaders of armies to have sexual relations with recruits,
Hmm.
and this was, which are obviously also male, and this is just normal accepted part of society, that it was just accepted that part of coming of age as a man would
Hmm.
be to have sexual relations with an older man.
Hmm.
And the church has always unambiguously stood against this up until, you know, the last 20 years or something.
Yeah.
You look at
Yeah.
the entire history of the church up until 20 years ago, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a single person who disagreed on this point. And
Hmm.
that the teaching of scripture is abundantly clear that there are certain sexual acts that are good and sanctioned by God, and all
Hmm.
other sexual acts are not. All other
Hmm.
sexual acts are profoundly offensive to God, because the reason we were created as sexual beings is to have this intimate relationship with one woman, that,
Hmm.
as men, obviously, for women
Yeah.
with one
Of
man,
course.
and that, you know, we're called to this very intimate relationship, which supports the family unit,
Hmm.
which is a
Hmm.
model for our understanding of our own relationship with God. That the husband, wife, and children relationship is how we understand our relationship with God, that God is the loving parent, and we are his children. And when we compromise on that, when we pretend that any configuration you can imagine is acceptable,
Mm-hmm.
we not only undermine the clear moral teachings about what is acceptable sexual behavior, but we also undermine the purpose behind this. God doesn't just arbitrarily give certain laws and say, some things are good and some things are bad because I feel like it, but
Mm-hmm.
rather all of the moral laws that we have are for our own benefit. That when we
Yeah.
ignore these laws and we go about our own way, and we say that, that traditional idea of family, that's archaic. We don't care about that anymore. And whatever form this takes, this isn't
Mm-hmm.
about one particular type of thing necessarily.
Yeah.
However, we compromise on that. In any way, we are undermining the societal unit and undermining our understanding of our relationship with God.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we live in a fallen world. There are situations that are unavoidable.
Mm-hmm.
A father could die when a child's 1 year old. There's obviously
Mm-hmm.
nothing that can be done about that. But when a
Mm-hmm.
child grows up without a father and a mother, they fail to develop properly.
Yeah.
They fail. If they lack a father, they fail. They don't have a model for what God is.
Mm-hmm.
And it it has been demonstrated through psychological studies that people who grow up in fatherless homes are immensely more likely to rebel. That they're immensely more likely to leave religion,
Mm-hmm.
to seek after something different, to
Mm-hmm.
go against societal norms.
Mm-hmm.
And this works even in people who grow up in atheist households without a father. They end up
Mm-hmm.
rebelling against atheism and seeking out
Mm.
something different because they don't have a proper understanding without the father involved.
Mm.
Likewise, without a mother, they lack empathy, or they tend to grow up lacking empathy. They grow up not understanding how our relationships with other human beings can be. So both
Mm-hmm.
the father and the mother are essential for ideal family unit.
Yeah.
So the teaching of scripture and the teaching of the historical church is unambiguous on this point. And when we compromise on it in the name of inclusion, we are undermining God's order for society.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. I think statistics are I think that bears that out as much as the other side, so to say, likes to dismiss it and hand wave it away. It's like you can't get around that the nuclear family is the foundation of all society, and of a specific configuration between a man and a woman. And other than that, there is this aspect of, and I say this with respect and love, but there is an aspect of corrosion that happens in an erosion of society that clearly has negative repercussions. And we're seeing, and like I said, if anybody, I mean, even the most open-minded individual that I've known in my life is now, questioning, oh, wow, did we make an error somewhere? Because it's getting so flagrant, the flagrant disregard for moral norms. And it's almost this worship of rebellion. It's almost this worship of the grotesque and of the carnal. And it's gotten to such a degree that even the people who are all pro whatever movement, social reform movement that you want to mention, even they now are like, maybe I messed up. Maybe I made a mistake in judgment. So because it's becoming so open, which is so funny, because that was the whole plan essentially the whole time. It was never not about what it is about now. It was just they had to take small L's to make sure that it seemed more palatable to the normative, predominantly Christian culture at the time, whether practicing religiously or at least culturally Christian. They had to conceal, I think, the identity of this degenerate moral system in order to make it more palatable. And now you're just seeing what the fruits of it always has been, when all of these acts and stuff were practiced in the underbellies under society, when we couldn't without the purview of the eye. That is what's happening now. It's just out in the open. So it hasn't gotten any worse. It's the same as it always has been, in my opinion. I don't know what your position on that is.
Yeah, I would say that broadly speaking, I mean, there is an aspect of when something becomes socially acceptable that perhaps more people will do it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but outlawing something absolutely doesn't get rid of it. You can look at this. Let's say the war on drugs, right? In the 80s and 90s, we spent immense amount of money trying to stop the flow of drugs, illegal drugs into the United States. Did it prevent drug usage though?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that there was plenty of people who were still drug addicts. There was plenty of people who would seek these things out. And in one aspect, making it illegal or making it, really unacceptable is an attractant.
Sure.
That to the certain
Sometimes.
type of person who wants to rebel against society,
Mm-hmm.
something being forbidden makes it attracting. So
Yeah.
there is an aspect of something being, socially accepted that might attract or make, people who otherwise would reject it accept it. But there's also the aspect of, being forbidden that attracts people to it. So, where's the balance? I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Well, if legalizing something makes it less interesting or if it makes it more, but I don't think that we'll ever get rid of a
Mm-hmm.
problem. What?
Agreed. Yeah, I don't think that it'll necessarily get rid of it, but do I think that certain, like I said, I'm choosing my words very carefully here. So forgive me if I'm not, being, easily not being as eloquent as normal, just making sure that I don't say anything that'll get anybody in trouble. But, do you imagine that there is an aspect of the openness of these things though that is inherently corrupting of particularly the youth? And do you think that Christians should have a more visceral and a more concerted effort to combat these things rather than to just simply allow them? Because it does seem that, with at least from the statistics that I've seen, that these issues are on the rise, particularly what it seems like because of the confusion that these claims that are being made to children, because they don't have the ability to grapple with these things as their minds are developing and stuff like that. So what do you like that? And that's a big point against that Islam uses as a hammer, as a polemic against Christians. And it's like, you guys are tolerating the things that are corrupting children. And there's basically even in the Christian concept, there's very few things that the harm of a child should be it's one of the sins that cries out for justice, and so sometimes I get very disheartened by Christians' reactions to some of these things, because it's not protecting you. You are harming by not opposing some of these things. You're actively harming generations to come, and you're causing years of suffering in their life and confusion and harm. And so I feel like it's a grave injustice. And so, yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that we definitely have some answering to do
Mm-hmm.
as Christians. We definitely have stood by and allowed some grave problems to enter in society. And I think that a lot of it goes back to this what we were talking about earlier, where we've tried to make Jesus appealing to everyone. We've compromised on our moral principles as a result of trying to make Jesus more appealing, which ultimately actually makes him less appealing because he ends up standing for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm going to put my daughter's shoes
I
on when
think
I'm
that,
listening.
yeah, I think that the response that we need to have is we need to we need to be like those evil churches that you see in the media that actually talk about these things. Now, we don't want to be like the stereotype, which probably doesn't exist anywhere, where every sermon is about gay rights, right? But we do need to talk about these things, and especially, whether they're on Sunday sermons or not, I'm not that concerned. We especially need to be talking about these issues with our children in our religious education system. We need to get back to where we're standing for the truth, where we're telling kids that there is right and there is wrong. And we need to do this with reference to what the scriptures teach. We do need to teach children that they need to respect other people, that they need to treat other people the way they want to be treated. But we need to also tell them that there are things that are right. There are truth. There is absolute truth.
Hmm.
There are things that are absolutely wrong as a result of there being absolute truth. And we need to be teaching kids that it is not loving to tell someone that whatever they believe is just fine
Yeah,
and that there are no consequences for your belief.
exactly.
And and I do think that Christianity has the answers to this. And ironically, Islam actually demonstrates this. I have a source that I want to pull up here.
Perfect.
This is from an academic. Let me see if I can make that bigger. It's so tiny. Yeah, okay. This is good. So this is from an academic text investigating the patterns of homosexuality in Muslim societies. So it's specifically about that issue, but it would pertain to all of the issues we are talking about. And here the author of this particular chapter, and this is an academic book, so this isn't like some Christian fundamentalist text. As far as I know, the author probably isn't a Christian at all. Based on the way they argue, they are arguing for an Islamic society that is more accepting of these things. And they're doing it by referencing the historical reality here, which is why you're going to see what seems like criticism of Christianity here.
Sure.
So although clearly waves of Puritanism rose and fell before contemporary Islamism, traditional and modern Arab states have not attempted to remove homosexual behavior or its recurrent practitioners from society. Variations over space or time in absence of unpublicized homosexualities are important and central to this volume. So that's the purpose statement of this document, right? And so, although in theory the Quran legislates every aspect of social life, interpretations and applications of that fixed and authoritative guide have differed widely. Though not without limit, recognizing the existence of variants should not preclude examining similarities that do exist across space and time, however. So what he's going to argue here, and I'll read a couple more paragraphs, but what he's going to argue is that the hardline Islamic sexual positions against this behavior are borrowed from backward European societies as they took over during the colonial era, where they were expanding their influence. They didn't really take over the land, but expanding their influence into the Arab lands. In this chapter, I'll argue that there is a common Islamic ethos of avoidance in acknowledging sex and sexualities. This argument is not intended to justify viewing urban and rural, past and present Islamic societies as indistinguishable or uninfluenced by disguised European repugnance for visible pederasty, which is adult men having sex with boys. Nor do I wish to minimize the extent to which current strictures are reactions to earlier Western contempt more than products of indigenous traditions, including Islam. So then, as some Muslim author notes, what passes in present-day Saudi Arabia, for example, as sexual conservatism is due more to Victorian Puritanism than Islamic mores. This is quite inaccurate Thus, it is quite inaccurate to attribute prevailing sexual mores in present-day Arab society to Islam. Originally, Islam did not have the same harsh biblical judgment about homosexuality as Christianity. Homophobia as an ideology of hostility towards people who are not homosexual was produced by the Christian West. Homophobic influences in Arab cultures are relatively new, and many were introduced from Western sources.
Oh, those Christians, the influencing those very accepting Muslims. How dare they? Look at this. That's so funny.
Yeah. So he's gonna. I'll read one more paragraph here. While it is important to note the invention of tradition for this and much else in what passes for Islamic fundamentalism, the dialect is more complicated. Some of the medieval Christian animus for homosexuality was probably a product of culturally backward Europeans searching for reasons to feel superior to Muslim civilizations.
Mm.
Christian animus seems to have increased, even though it didn't arrive out of the blue. After the failed Crusades, as a marker of the Muslim enemy, homosexuality became a part of an antagonistic acculturation and underlined by Christians moral superiority to Muslims, and eventually to a larger ascetic zone of depravity, especially prostitution. So what he's saying is that these morals that we associate Islam with are actually coming from Christian societies, that they are a
Hmm.
reaction to Christian polemics against Islam. They're a reaction to Europeans gaining influence in their lands,
Hmm.
which means, from our perspective, that Christianity was inhibiting these things,
Sure.
that
Yeah.
it was preventing these things from being in society. The author views that as a bad thing,
Of
to be
course.
clear, but from my perspective, this is showing me that Christianity, historical Christianity, not contemporary Christianity, but historical Christianity, does have the answer to these problems, that it actually did change society to where these things were considered abnormal. And when they saw them in other societies that they were encountering, they viewed those societies as morally inferior for allowing these things to take place.
Hmm. Yeah, it's funny that you read this. You're reading this now because I actually encountered a very in the book. It was either in the book or an article I was reading from a similar from an Islamic convert, a Western Islamic convert. It was an article, and I think it was written by William Chittick, and same thing. He was arguing in the antithesis against Christianity, that Christianity was so much more oppressive to women than Islam is, and that it's the only times that Islam has really adopted any form of oppression towards women is actually influences from Hindu society as well as Christian norms. And prior to that, there's like this perfection of like equality between men and women, and I was just like, I don't, I can't, I'm not saying I'm not making a claim against Islam there, but I'm like, so it's just bizarre that, so it's kind of the exact same line of reasoning, that it's these backward Christians and Hindus that are like preventing this beautiful egalitarian female male relationship within the Islamic world. And that, I mean, no Muslim would of today's age would accept that as a reality. They'd be like, that's ridiculous. It's the opposite, but this is a scholar talking about that. And I was like, it's interesting how the issues that I'm seeing within the West, they're saying that that it was the West who was preventing it, and it was actually Islam that wasn't. It's a total flip-flop of the narrative.
Yeah, so I think that the takeaway that I want to get at here is that it's not what we see in Islam isn't necessarily from the religion. It is culturally motivated.
Mm,
That the things that we see, that historical Islam is diverse, that there are different types
mm-hmm,
of societies over different times, and the things that we see in the modern Salafi movement are cultural, that it's one particular group that has decided these things are what Islam is,
mm-hmm,
rather than anything inherent in the system.
mm,
Thus, there, if we say that we want a society, like just theoretically speaking, we want our society to be more like Saudi Arabia, then it would be cultural changes, not a change
mm,
in our doctrine.
mm-hmm,
That historical Christianity, standing firm upon the doctrine, in many ways might resemble certain aspects of modern, the modern Arab states. But it's not because Islam uh, inherently makes people stand firm on these things, whereas Christianity is weak.
mm-hmm,
Rather, it's the choice of individuals in both cases. It's the choice
mm-hmm,
of individuals growing up in Christian societies to throw out the church's teaching and replace them with something else. It's the
mm-hmm,
choice of people growing up in Islamic countries to throw out historical Islam and adhere to this more fundamentalist view. And again, I do agree that they have a good claim on being the true Islam in that they closely follow what their scriptures teach. But it should be clear that culturally speaking, the scriptures don't demand what happens in a society. It's only if people make the choice to be true to what the religion teaches that you have a change. So does Islam offer any? I get the appeal that it's offering, because
Yeah.
especially to white males
Yeah.
like you and I, who are heterosexual and we don't identify with any protected group,
Yeah,
we
right.
are told by society that everything that is bad is our fault. And
Correct.
that everything you look at in society is the result of white men, Protestant white men primarily, because they're the founders of the United States,
Yeah.
and adhering to these Christian doctrines is what caused all of these problems.
Yeah.
If we can just get beyond Christianity, then we'll have a better society. So I understand the appeal. That we feel attacked. We feel like we are the one person in society that has no claim to being part of the unity that we supposedly are all seeking after. That it's the perfect society for everyone except for heterosexual, conservative,
Yeah.
but and I don't mean politically, but in terms of morals,
I understand. Yeah.
conservatively, morally speaking, adhering to these traditional values, looking at the past and saying, we were doing a lot of things right. You people are all the problems. So Islam seems to offer something. It seems to say what you are is acceptable in Islam. What you are is desirable. And if we get back to scripture, then we would see that what unity really should be, that men have value, and women have value. Men and women are not identical, but we have equal value before God, because we are all created in his image. That when we look at the story of the fall and how Eve is historically been said to take the blame, right? Like societies have used that story to justify the oppression of women. But if we really look at the biblical text, we'll see that yes, there are consequences for Eve and womankind in general. That part of the consequences of the fall, and I wouldn't even use the word punishment, because I think it's just the natural consequences of rebelling against God. But part of the consequences is that women will be seeking after men, and they will feel like they need men to be individuals, and men, and they will seek to control men, and men will seek to control them. But the fall isn't how we are supposed to be, right? This is what is wrong. Yes, this develops as a consequence that society is male dominated, historically speaking, and women are oppressed. That is a historical reality, but it's the consequence of the fall, not the way things are supposed to be. In Christ, we're restored to our proper state. We're restored to a state where we're supposed to be equal. We have different roles to play, as I already explained when I was talking about the mother and father's roles. We have different roles, but we are equally valuable. We have the same value, and this is what this is what we should be telling feminists, right? We should be telling them that you are valuable. You are dearly loved by God. But your role isn't to dominate men. It isn't to replace the errors of men dominating women by a society where women dominate men.
Yeah.
Rather, we're called to be partners and work together towards first and foremost towards our own family and raising our own children, and then secondarily to society as a whole, of bringing these values where everyone has value to society, and both men and women have a role to play in that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that definitely rings true. Because I think the replacement for patriarchy isn't matriarchy. obvious. And the thing is that if you really read a lot of feminists will deflect, and they will be dishonest, in my opinion, about saying that, no, that's not what it's about. It is only about equality and things like that. But then when you really like get down to brass tacks and you read the sources of a lot of the founders of some of these feminist movements, I mean, there was a visceral hatred towards men in their writings, very, very visceral. And there was an aspect there, like you'll read some of them that like men are disposable and that men should actually be done away with. And you shouldn't even have male children because, you're perpetuating harm to people, and they'll quote, crime statistics and all kinds of things like that. And so, I mean, it is now this is, of course, not everybody, because like you said, not everybody's aware of just their entire source material or where everything they believe comes from. And they may not follow it to the T or whatever, to the letter, but there are definitely these, these foundations that are baked into that ideology that are just inherently about extinguishing men. And by doing, and in doing so, one of the primary ways to do that is to extinguish the family, because marriage itself is inherently a patriarchal institution, according to them. And having children, obviously, it showcases the differences between men and women so biologically that it's almost oppressive. It's oppressive just to be married and to have children to women, which is, I mean, that's really hard to comprehend. And I think it's really harmful and corrosive.
Yeah. So Mary said that I needed to make it clear what the scholars are arguing in that text,
Oh, sure.
because that introduction may have given the impression that they were arguing that the previous society was very egalitarian, and gays were accepted as equally valued.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't actually what the data that they cite, and they cite abundant data on this subject. They the text is quite explicit. I'll just say it that way.
Okay.
They're quoting primary sources where they're describing sexual activity and whatnot. But their point isn't that it was accepted in society, but rather that it was practiced and it was tolerated. It was still considered socially unacceptable
Sure, I
to
get you.
be well. And there was actually this is actually a very important clarification, that there was no conception of a gay identity.
Oh,
There
of course.
was homosexual sex,
Mm-hmm.
but people who practiced this were still expected to father children, get married and father children.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't like the modern gay movement per se,
Yeah.
but their point is that this kind of behavior was accepted. And they especially spend a lot of time describing how, because women could not have sex outside of marriage, or they would be potentially facing death penalty, right?
Mm-hmm.
That if a woman, when she got married, was found not to be a virgin, she'd be in big trouble. Plus, of course, there's the possibility of getting pregnant, which is a pretty clear sign that you had sex, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the inaccessibility of women, it wasn't necessarily that people were like naturally attracted to males were naturally attracted to other males. Rather, they primarily used prepubescent boys who were basically indistinguishable from girls, because before puberty you don't have a lot of the marks of gender differentiation.
Sure.
So the normal practice was between the ages of 7 and 12 to initiate boys into these sexual practices, where adult men who were unsatisfied with the quantity of sex that they got from their wives would go to these boys. And there's a distinct difference between the giver and the receiver.
Mm-hmm.
That the receiver is they're taking the woman's role, so
Mm-hmm.
it's a
Mm-hmm.
position of shame and humility. But
Sure.
as long as it's a boy and they haven't come of age yet, it's acceptable, because they'll eventually grow up and become a man, and then their past will be forgotten. So the adult men are raping these boys because it doesn't because they want more sex, and two,
Sure.
because uh, they are actually available, unlike girls who are protected and fenced off and kept in their homes and so forth. Um, so they use manipulation tactics to get the boy involved, and then once it's happened once, that person is now known as being available,
Hmm.
and other people, and they no longer have the ability to say no,
Jeez.
practically speaking. So I just wanted to be clear that although the authors want to argue for a more inclusive Islamic society, they are
Hmm.
making no illusions about what was practiced historically. It definitely was not anything like a modern gay movement. Rather, uh, and it boils down to sex being a contractual obligation in
Yeah.
Islam, societal speaking, that there's no conception of falling in love and finding a soulmate and getting married. Rather, you make a business decision about who's going to be your wife, and maybe you eventually grow to have an emotional connection to them and have a very loving relationship.
Hmm.
But that's secondary. What's primary is the contractual obligation.
Hmm.
So, and it's not actually about primarily about sexual satisfaction of men. It's primarily about having children, which is why to get sexual satisfaction they're going to boys, they're going to uh, the minority of adult males who are also available,
Hmm.
because a woman is just an object to bear children. That's
Mm.
her only purpose in the society. You don't expect to have an intimate relationship with her, like emotionally intimate relationship,
Hmm.
because that's not part of the societal norms. A woman's purpose is to have children, to raise those children, and that's it. There is no other purpose for a woman in the society, and that is one of the purposes that we're called for. Obviously, we are called to have children, we are called to procreate, men and women alike,
Hmm.
but it's not that our only purpose. So men alone in these societies, men alone are, the theologians, the people connected to religion. They have access to God, and women largely do not. The only thing a woman is judged on is how faithful she is to her husband. And I don't
Mm.
mean exclusively sexually here. I mean in every aspect of life,
Mm.
following his desires, making him meals, keeping the house clean, all of these things that are stereotypically associated as women's roles. That's how she pleases God. She doesn't please God by having a relationship with him or even doing religious
Mm.
rituals. She pleases God by having a submissive relationship with her husband.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that isn't something that I had heard prior. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about it, because there's only I only have such a limited knowledge about these kind of things, and I've only kind of just begun to scratch the surface, and yeah, so I mean, it's for even for somebody like me who even is very firm in my convictions. I can just, like I said, on the surface level, there's a big game that's being talked about how, like we talked about, Islam is going to solve all of exactly what issues that the society is going along with, and you as a man, as a heterosexual man, are particularly of the Caucasian persuasion, you are being left behind, as obsolete, as horrible, and so I can just see that these arguments are convincing to people, because even for me, even though I'm reading the source material and stuff like that, it's still, the allure is still there, because I think that there's this underlying desire for justice that is not being done to this group of people, this conservative, morally conservative, hetero male person that just feels so intensely shamed all the time, that they're looking for some alternative. They're like, please, I just need refuge anywhere. And Islam is trying to be that refuge. And so it's arguments like these that are important to be had, that what you think is there is radically different than what is actually there. And I think that's the main purpose here.
Yeah, so I do have a very strong request from the audience to actually read these texts to give us some context. So
Okay.
I want to warn people that this is going to be explicit,
Oh
but I
yeah, I can
think
already see it.
yeah, I think the audience can't see it yet, but I think there is value in seeing these primary sources, seeing these people in their own words, because it's one thing to talk about it, it's another to have this very explicit connection. So, you know, I have in the past had people complain when I have read curse words and whatnot. So if you don't want to hear that, if you don't want to hear sexually explicit material, I suggest you turn the stream off for a couple minutes, because I don't want to censor it. I want it to be raw in what is actually being said here. So this is directly continuing on from where we were, talking about how this relates to other cultures and even the U.S. military practice of don't ask, don't tell for a time period, and how they're, the difference between homosexual sex and gay identity. So it says, except for a few urban Turks, Malaysians, and immigrants very recently, no such challenge has been made in any Islamic society. So no such challenge as there being a gay identity. As the German Islamicist Arno Schmidt describes the trans-Islamic norm, a man should not allow others to bugger him. Otherwise, he loses his name, his honor, that is, if others know it and are known to know. The decisive line is not between the act kept secret and the act known by many, but between only talking behind one's back and saying it in your presence, between rumors and public knowledge. There is always room for maneuver. You can always ignore what everybody knows. As long as nobody draws public attention to something everybody knows, one ignores what might disrupt important social relations. There is a clear rule. You cannot be fucked. But what it really comes down to is saying of somebody that he has been fucked disturbs social relations. This is not inconsistent with sodomy being very common, as the Italian author Gianna de Martino notes for Morocco. One does, so this is the source here. One does it, but does not talk about it. Men and boys make jokes and puns about it, allude to it, do it, but never talk about it in a serious manner. After the act of impure object is thrown away, the Maghreb man eliminates the fucked one after the act. He denies all importance to the act and declares it to be free of sentiment. At once he rushes to the shower. To talk about it is something else, not because one feels guilty making it, but because it would be shameful to denounce somebody as having been fucked. Done discreetly, one is able to pretend that nothing has happened. Similarly, a novel filled with male sexual assaults of younger males, Larbi Lachi explains that it is, quote, or that it's forbidden for, quote, a man to make love to boys. Of course, they all do it, but when someone gets caught, it is disgraceful. Mansour, a Tehran native, also reports the disjunction between allegedly universal homosexual behavior and the nearly impossible modern gay identity. Every man in Iran is involved in male-to-male sex because premarital heterosexual sex and sex outside of marriage are not only a sin, but are also very difficult to find. But being gay and having a gay identity is a Western phenomenon. Iranian men act in a very cliched male-female role. One is either the active or the passive partner, but all men are involved in male sex. As noted, having been sodomized damages one's reputation only if the behavior becomes known. If one starts to like being sodomized, the behavior is almost certain to become known. And quote, some say that one penetration, whether by force, for money, or in play by an older cousin, might be enough to become addicted. The danger of starting to enjoy being penetrated and then desiring and seeking it is part of the transcontinental Islamic cosmology. To most Muslims, anal lust is not really unnatural. One has to avoid getting buggered precisely in order that not to acquire a taste for it and thus become addicted. It is like an infectious disease. Once infected, it is difficult to get rid of. Young Latin American men have given me the same reason. Fear that they would like it too much for not being anally receptive. If I let him fuck me, a young Guatemalan told Erskine Lane, I'd probably like it, and then I'd do it again, and then I'd be a queer. Latin American conceptions of sexuality seem to be based on the same Circo-Mediterranean complex of male honor, with its fear of the abyss of debauchery that follows sexual receptivity. Once a boy is known to have been fucked, whatever his own reactions to it experience, he is fair game for others. The Dutch psychologist Andreas Epping reported from his fieldwork in Morocco that boys that, so now starting the quote here, boys look, oh, sorry. Yeah. I skipped the page to the right because it's a sexually explicit image. Boys look for younger boys, 7 to 13 years old, who are fit for this. Persuasion is affected by nice words, money, or force. From my conversations, it is clear that tips are exchanged about boys, young men, men who could be or are fit. Usually one cannot claim somebody for oneself. This informing has as a consequence that some boys get a reputation of Zamel, someone submitting to anal intercourse. If a boy has this image, it will be most difficult for him to submit, i.e. mount, another from his own circle. He'll be forced to fulfill his passive role until he goes outside his circle or gets married. I think that is sufficient, but this entire book is about historical sources saying the same thing throughout Islamic history, but because of the lack of available females, young males who are not yet ready for marriage fill the role of sex outside of marriage. So there isn't a huge amount of sex with females outside of marriage, but there is abundant sex outside of marriage in the form of boys taking the role of women.
I'm just, I don't have a lot to say besides, oh, it's awful. That is just horrifically bad. And part of me wishes I never knew that, but I guess I need to because it illustrates a point. But wow, that was very hard
Yeah,
to
I mean,
listen to.
I was hesitant to read. I was hesitant to read the text on air.
Yeah,
But there's
but the
something
audience
about
was so,
seeing.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, they're right. There's something about seeing the actual words and hearing the actual
sure.
words that makes it much harder to deny on a subconscious level. I mean, not that we would deny that these things happen, but it's one thing to hear that someone's been raped. It's another to hear the rapist describe the act in their own words.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I think it does serve a purpose. Yeah, geez. That was like you said, that was graphic and explicit. But okay, so that seems very clear that there is, and this is funny because I've actually I have a buddy who was a Marine, and he's out now. He was a recon, and he talked about that through NVGs, night vision goggles, and through certain other types of vision that they could get on enemies or on targets and stuff like that when they were observing small villages and stuff like that while he was out. I don't remember exactly what part of the Middle East he was in, but he was like, there was a lot of sexual depravity going on, and it was very, very clear. And he says, it's just stuff you just can't unsee. And you didn't want to watch it, but you kind of, because you're keeping post on something, you have to see it, and right. He's like, and it was more than he didn't think it was possible for something like that to happen, because they had talked about it in some of his briefings and stuff, like back when they were sending him out. But he said, there's no way. I thought that they were overestimating to try to hype me up, to try to turn them almost into an enemy. And then he was like, then I saw it and can't unsee it ever. So yeah, I was never sure about that, but it seems to bear out. And like I said, I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but it seems to bear out with the kind of data that you're talking about here. It matches up almost word for word with the stuff that he's talking about.
Yeah. And again, this is an academic text. It's not technically, it's trying to argue for a more inclusive Islam. It's not technically trying to argue against Islam.
Yeah. Yeah.
But mostly, it's detached academic description of things that have happened is our interest here. We have a testimony from the old one in the chat. It says it's the same with boys and young men in Pakistan. I provided psychotherapy for some of them back in the 90s and learned a lot about how the system works.
Jeez.
And I will provide this book to anyone who is interested in it. Again, you probably don't want to read it. I read the first chapter and I was extremely disturbed. I had trouble going to sleep that night because I was
Yeah.
so disgusted about it. And it also contains numerous historical artworks depicting gay sex as well.
Oh, I've heard of these. Yeah, I've heard of these artistic renditions. Yeah. And so you would specifically say that this is this is part and parcel, and this is caused directly by the religious system itself. You don't think that this is, you think that it's like an inevitable consequence or something like that. Is that what you would that you would
Yeah. The authors, they say something very similar in the conclusion, which if I can find it real quick here. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just
No, no
going.
worries.
So I have the clipping here. Um, so I don't know the page, so I won't actually put the book on screen. Oh, here's what I can do. I can share the clipping rather than the book itself. But this is definitely, it's from the last couple pages of the book. I just don't want to take the time to find exactly where it is.
Hmm.
So Berlow, one of the scholars here, considers widespread Islamic homoeroticism as, quote, a natural outgrowth of a sex-positive, sex-segregating religion in which women had little status or value.
Hmm.
Similarly, Dickamon argues that man-boy love is quote, predictable from a few variables: social stratification with a controlling patrilineal elite and a large poverty class, seclusion of women, a decentralized political system involving individual political networks, and absence of formal education. Patrilineal inheritance, rather than being open political competition, is the cause, in her account, resulting, quote, in intense paternity concerns with the seclusion and devaluation of women as household workers and childbearers dangerous to men. Polygamy further alienates the sexes. Wiccan sees the acceptance of homosexual prostitution as the state's recognition of the utility of a sexual safety valve for men in a
Hmm.
social system in which access to women is rigorously restricted. The sexual availability of boys in the effeminate men thus protects the female virtue. So little is known about Islamic female heterosexualities that generalizations about its presence in nature cannot yet be offered.
Hmm.
So they're suggesting that because of the way the society is set up, where women are seen as threats to men's spirituality, and to be clear, this is quite explicitly taught by uh, the Muhammad of the Hadith, not necessarily a historical figure, but the Muhammad of the Hadith, which
Hmm.
are ascribed to him, that women will interfere with your relationship to God. That, for example, if a woman passes in front of you while you're praying, your prayer is null and void. You have to start over. You have to repeat the prayer. Um,
Hmm.
uh, in one of the versions of this Hadith, and it occurs several times, uh, he says that if a woman, a donkey, or a dog passes in front of you, your prayer is null and void. And Aisha, his wife, responds, "You have made us women into dogs," and that's where the Hadith leaves it. It doesn't
Wow.
deny that accusation. Um, so also the scriptures teach that women are inherently crooked by nature. That if you try to straighten a woman out, and although it's a description of so it says because they're created from the rib that they're crooked by nature.
Huh.
um, so it's technically a physical description, but the clear implication is that they are morally deficient,
Hmm.
so that if you try to straighten a woman out, you'll break her. So you just have to
Hmm.
live with her moral deficiency.
Oh.
Muhammad also says that women are, he says, to a group of women that I've seen the inhabitants of hell, and the majority of them are from your kind, meaning women.
Hmm.
And then they
Hmm.
ask, why is that, Muhammad? Why are the majority of inhabitants in hell women. And he says, it's because of two things. It's because of your deficiency in intelligence, and it's because of your deficiency in religion. And then he goes on to explain that they're deficient in intelligence because the Quran declares that the witness of a woman is worth half that of a man. Now, Muslims will acknowledge that, and they'll say it's because men were involved in business and they would have better access. But Muhammad himself, supposedly, uses it as a justification for saying women are stupid. And then why are they deficient in religion? And he says, do you not have to refrain from fasting? So during Ramadan, which is a month long, it's obligatory for every Muslim to fast. Women are forbidden from fasting when they are menstruating.
Oh,
so
sure,
they literally cannot fast. Like they have two competing obligations, and they have to break one of them. They have to either break the fast, or they have to break the command not to fast while you're menstruating. And this is what he says. He's referring specifically to that idea that because, and it's not just fasting, it's also women aren't allowed to participate in any religious practices while they are menstruating. They're forbidden from going to the mosque, they're forbidden from praying, and so on and so forth. So every woman, roughly 25% of her life, is deficient, that she can't have this relationship with God. And because of the obligatory nature of Ramadan in particular, it's actually supposed to be impossible to make that up. Yeah. Unlike most things, which you can make up by being extra pious other times, if you miss that fast, you can't make it up. And that applies to men and women. But again, women aren't allowed to fast while they are menstruating. So roughly a quarter of the woman's life, she is in deficient relationship with Allah. Therefore, she is deficient in her religion and is much more likely to go to hell. So because women are seen this way, and they're seen as a commodity, they are, I do want to be fair, they are highly valued. Like Arab women, Muslim women are in one sense treated extremely well, that they are seen as the jewels of a family, the source of honor of a family. There's no bigger insult than saying that someone has a bad mother, for example.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So in one sense, they're very highly valued, but from a religious standpoint, they are seen as deficient and interfering with the man's relationship. So because of this inherent nature in Islam of how women are seen, the man who is interested in the sexual desire, like he wants more sex. Let's just put it that way. He wants more sex.
Sure.
The only way he can do that is by going to either the rare adult male who is open to that and is willing to be paid for the act or whatever, or to young boys who have no ability to resist. So I think it is partially cultural, that it is partially not related to the religion, but I think that it does actually derive from the religion. And that's kind of one of the points the authors are making, because they're drawing from lots of different Islamic societies in different times, in different places, different geographic locations. And they're saying the only common factor between all these societies that have no problem, well, they technically have a problem with having sex with boys, but they have no practical problem with it. The only thing they have in common is that they're drawing from these same views of what women are. And because they've reduced the status of on the one hand, elevated the status of a woman to being, very special, very worthy of protection, very apart from male activities. But on the other hand, viewing them as inherently crooked, inherently morally deficient. Those two dual competing ideas basically make women completely inaccessible outside of marriage. And because of that, their depravity doesn't go away. They still want that sex. They just find another outlet for it.
Interesting. So to kind of put a cap on that whole, well, I guess to tangentially talk about some of the inaccessibility of women and how, women are in these deficiencies of religious status and stuff like that. It's funny because I can imagine a lot of the red pill manosphere kind of types unironically would find those ideas very appealing, and they would probably just agree with them on the face of it. It's obvious. It's ridiculous. Yeah, women are less intelligent than men, and women are deficient in religious piety and stuff like that. It's just obvious. So I think it would almost be seen as a truth value. So almost like a truth claim that would make them Islam seem more true to them almost. Do you think so? What would you say that like so because you have these two opposing polars where you have the devaluing of women that obviously has some historical precedence, even though I think in some ways it's overstated, and then you have the radical domination and change of orientation between the relationships between men and women that we're dealing with nowadays. How do you see that Christianity almost in a way opposes both and finds the truth or the heart of the matter, and it solves the problem of both of those extremes? How do you think
before
that
I
goes?
answer this real quick, I just wanted to make a note that I have by no means drawn on the entirety of Islamic texts. They have a vast amount of literature, so you definitely can find plenty of things, which in a way gives the Muslim who is not like very strict, it gives them the license to create a religion in their own image. So you will find,
Sure.
and I do want to make this quite explicit, that the vast majority of Muslims, in my experience, they do not treat people poorly, right? They do
Yeah.
not treat women poorly.
Mm-hmm.
They do not engage in large quantities of immoral behavior. But it's not because of the religious system. So I want to distinguish the religious system and the individual, because in my view, as a Christian whose ministry is devoted to Muslims, I view 98% of all Muslims as victims of their false religion. Only the rare individual openly embraces the kinds of things that I find disgusting. Most of the other people are either ignorant or they deny that it exists. They say that's not authentic narration. They say that,
Sure.
and so
Real
I
quick,
didn't
could I?
pull. Yep.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just going to ask a quick question. So before we kind of move past that, where do you if it's not from the religion that they're getting that type of kind of personal piety, when they're getting that type of moral behavior, where in your perspective does it come from? And you can finish your point. I just wanted to put that on the table for discussion. If it's not from that, where are they deriving those things from?
Right. To finish the point real quick. So Phil put a hadith that's related to what I said, but different. A woman should not fast except for by her husband's permission if he is at home staying with her. That ultimately it's the man's choice. And Mary, she didn't post the text of it, but she pointed to another hadith that makes it more explicit. Same idea, but more explicit. And the reason is because he might want to have sex with her, and he can't do that while he's fasting.
Yeah.
And it's explicit in the hadith. When you if you study the hadith, if you study just the Quran, right? If you study just the Quran, you'll find that it's mostly abbreviated versions of biblical story, constant declarations to remember these biblical stories. There are some things in the Quran that we would point to as moral problems, but for the most part, it's just telling people to remember the biblical story. When you look at the hadith, the supposed sayings of Muhammad, and from my perspective, they don't really go back to him. They are human-written texts that have accumulated over time and been ascribed to him for the most part. They are obsessed with sexuality. Like a huge portion of the texts are about the proper sexual activity in given situations.
Yeah.
And a large chunk of them do not line up with our modern moral understanding, which is what, and many Muslims as a result will reject them. They'll say that couldn't possibly be the case. A man of God couldn't do these things. A man of God couldn't say these things. I say, yes, exactly. That's because he's not a prophet.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, where are these morals coming from? And I would say there are two things. One is a cultural aspect, which is indirectly coming from Islam, in that only the positive elements are generally ever exposed to the common Muslim. They generally
Ah.
only ever exposed to the teachings that would be in line with Western thought. Now, this wasn't necessarily the case historically, but now that we have this international society where they will come in contact with Western ideas,
Hmm.
Islam is painted as something that's very compatible with Western
Yeah.
ideas
Mm.
intentionally. The early Muslims might have bragged about how many sexual partners Muhammad had.
Mhm.
They might have viewed this as a great reason to convert to Islam, but because that's no longer socially uh, the norm, because of the influence of Christianity, the common Muslim will generally only be exposed to the positive things. So they are indirectly getting it from Islamic teachings. And like I said, there's a vast body of literature. So you can throw out 5-10% of it and still have a vast amount of stuff to talk about. So there are
Okay.
lots of, there's tons of, as long as it's a pick and choose religion, right? As long as you're picking and choosing what you want, you can absolutely find tons of good moral teachings
I
in
see.
Islam. Right? Like, I don't think that every single thing that Islam teaches is horrific. A lot of the things it teaches are good. A lot of the
Yeah.
things it teaches are directly borrowed from Christian ideas.
Yeah.
So that's one aspect of it. And then the other one, I would say, as a believer, I do believe that we all are given an intrinsic moral sense. Now,
Mhm.
that sense can be easily corrupted to the point where right is wrong and wrong is right. So it shouldn't be we shouldn't use our intrinsic moral sense as a authority over what's right and wrong. Like, we
Mhm.
shouldn't decide that revealed scripture is wrong because it doesn't fit our feelings about what should be moral.
Yeah.
Um, but we are moral beings. We are created in God's image. We do have a intrinsic understanding that there's a difference between right and wrong. And
Mhm.
even atheists have very hard time getting away from this. The
Yeah.
primary argument they make is that Christianity is evil, which makes no sense from their standpoint.
Yeah. Yeah.
Today, historically, not necessarily the primary argument, but today that seems to be the main argument that people make
Sure.
against Christianity. Seems to be the main argument coming from the secular elements of society, is that Christians are backward. They're caught up in the Middle Ages. They just want to
Mhm.
oppress women. They just want to tell you what you can do. What,
Mhm.
and by the way, they're all hypocrites anyway, because they're all doing the same things that they tell you not to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the message that we get. Um, so because of this intrinsic moral sense, plus the filtering of information to the common Muslim,
Mhm.
they end up having a moral system that is extremely similar in practice to the Christian moral system. Uh, as people, as a polemicist, as someone who argues against Islam, I understand that the moral critique is very impactful. It's very strong. The number one reason why Muslims leave Islam is because they encounter this information that's been hidden from them,
Mhm.
and they begin to realize that the picture book Muhammad isn't the Muhammad of reality, isn't the Muhammad of history, according to their own sources.
Mhm. Mhm.
However, from an intellectual standpoint, so I understand its value. I understand this is how most people make their decisions. They make emotional decisions.
Yeah.
They they are so attracted to Islam because they believe that Muhammad is the perfect example. They believe that he's just so wonderful. It would be impossible for anyone who understands who he is not to become a Muslim. Uh, and you see this filtering of information even in the Sirah, the biographies of Muhammad, that the Sirah written in the 9th century or 10th century, when they started to be written, they are quite different than the modern biographies of Muhammad.
Mm.
They paint a very different picture. Now, they weren't painting a picture that they viewed as evil. They were painting a picture that their society viewed as great and awesome. They would
Mhm.
talk about how Muhammad was ruthless with his enemies, how he
Mm.
tortured people, how he cut off 100 people's heads with one sword, and stuff like this. And they would brag about his sexual exploits because
Yeah.
they viewed this as the ideal man. The
Mhm.
ideal man as the Hadith say, have the sexual strength of 100 men. That
Right,
he has
right.
the sexual strength of 100 men. He can have as much sex as 100 ordinary men. So they view this as, promoting him.
Yeah, right.
But then the modern biographies, they take out all that stuff and they point to stuff that we would like. So uh, getting back to my point before I got on that side, the intellectual argument, I don't find morality as a very good intellectual argument,
Sure.
because our sense of morality is very easily corrupted. I don't
Yeah.
want to say subjective, because there is objective morality, but it's easily corrupted.
It's contingent.
It's very easy, especially to say to myself that my actions are not wrong.
Hmm.
It's easier to look at someone else and say their actions are wrong. It's really hard to look at myself and say my actions
Yeah.
are wrong. So it's very easy to corrupt our moral sense. So I don't think it's a very strong intellectual argument. My intellectual arguments are that Islam it doesn't have a history. Its beliefs are disconnected from historical reality. That the Quran contains contradictions and errors, historical errors, which is highly problematic since it's supposed to be the literal speech of God.
Hmm.
These are the kinds of historical arguments I make, but the moral argument's very powerful, and Islam has done an amazing job of framing itself as having answers to the moral problems. They've
Yeah.
done an amazing job of saying that everything that you view in Western society as bad is the fault of Christianity,
Yeah.
echoing the atheist argument, and everything that you think is good is just because Christianity is a corrupted version of the truth.
Hmm.
That what you see as good, we have in Islam. What you see as bad, we don't have any of that. So just come to Islam, where everything's good and there is no bad.
Hmm.
I found this, and I would not say this if I didn't have experience, because it sounds horrific. It sounds really racist, for lack of better, bigoted. It sounds really
Sure.
bigoted, but in my experience, the average Muslim's confidence in Islam is not based on anything. It is based. Okay, so it's based on two things. It's based on what they believe about Muhammad, and it's based on the fact that non-Muslims are subhuman, vile creatures.
Hmm.
That they view anyone who is not a Muslim as being not just inferior, but being trash, being garbage, such that if you are a Muslim, you are the best of all creatures. If you are a
Hmm.
non-Muslim, you are the worst of all creatures. The Quran explicitly says that the Christians are the worst of all creatures. So especially if you're a Christian, you are subhuman garbage who is unworthy of being a Muslim. It's not that you made a choice to reject Allah, but you are unworthy. You are created for hellfire. You are a disgusting, degenerate piece of crap that has no value in society. And that's what
Hmm.
the average Muslim confidence is based on. This is why they love to point out degeneracy in the West, because they think that the West is Christianity. And it reinforces this idea when they point and they say that there's lots of priests raping little boys. It reinforces the idea that Christians are immoral.
Hmm.
They'll say every Christian goes clubbing, which in their mind means having sex with women,
Sure.
and does drugs, and they can legitimately point to those elements of our society. But what they don't understand is those aren't the Christian elements of our society. Those are
Hmm.
the elements that have rejected Christianity, have rejected historical Christianity, and are now either calling themselves Christians and adhering to these feel-good beliefs,
Hmm.
thinking that all that matters is love and nothing else matters, or they just outright hate Christianity and reject it entirely.
Hmm.
Um, so for the Muslim, these arguments are like absolutely crucial, because their confidence is based on the morality of Muhammad, and it's based on the immorality of people who are not Muslims.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense. Where that, because that fits, and that fits perfectly into kind of the war of the moral of the moralists, you know, of whatever faction that they're in, is the appearance of being moral matters to everybody on these in these online I would say like conservative moral polemics. That's what they're concerned with, and so it makes sense that exact idea and that exact foundation that Islam has is, of course, why it becomes appealing to them. That fits perfectly into what we were talking about and why these people perceive it as this bastion of morality, because that's exactly the kind of paradigm that they're utilizing. So that makes
Yeah.
that kind of puts a
Yeah.
cap on it.
And yeah, so my argument is kind of, I guess to sum up my argument here is threefold. One, it's not an outgrowing of Islam as
Mm-hmm.
a religious belief. It's an outgrowing of cultural factors that historically have not been prevalent in every society that was Islamic.
Mm-hmm.
Two, that historical Christianity did actually have answers to these problems. That historical Christianity was highly moral, was not afraid to speak the truth. You know, you see the stereotype of the 1800s pastor preaching fire and brimstone all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think that's the answer either. I don't think you should be only speaking of the bad news, but
Sure.
we have come to this conclusion in our churches that we just need to attract people with the good news. We just need to attract people with the good news. And the problem is, it's not very good news if you already have your own sense of morality and you can already do whatever you want and you don't think
Yeah.
that you are in wrong standing before God. So we need to have this bad news. We need to stand for the truth of God's moral teachings.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third thing that I would say that's important to my argument here is that even in contemporary Islam, it's largely an illusion. It's largely based on this honor shame atmosphere where it's impossible to acknowledge the existence of sin, but it's actually just as prevalent under the surface. It
Mm.
doesn't end up being a crime because no one is willing to report the crime. So it doesn't end up in official statistics, but it's absolutely there under the
Mm.
surface.
Gotcha. Okay. No, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, seems pretty wrapped tight, as one might say, as far as a coherency of an argument, because yeah, that breaks down each of the fundamental reasons for the perception of the problem, the identification of the problem and everything. So yeah, no, I just yeah, okay, there's a lot to think about. What do
Yeah,
you
yeah, and you know, I said at the start of this that I believe I have the truth,
mm-hmm,
and I definitely want to pursue the truth. When I started to learn about Islam 4 or 5 years ago, and eventually learned that you know, I was called to this particular ministry, I would have 100% said that. The jihadists, the terrorists, the oppression of women, these are all false stereotypes. These are all things
hmm,
that are not part of Islam. They're just sinful individuals misunderstanding, carrying out what is not in the Islamic text. And having been deeply involved in this and talked to hundreds of people who are Muslims, hundreds of people who are, or at least dozens of people who are ex-Muslims, and most importantly studied the texts, most importantly gone back to look at what the texts themselves actually say,
mm-hmm,
I have come to the conclusion that the worst stereotypes are friendly to the historical reality. And again, I want to clarify that I'm not talking about individuals. I'm not talking about individuals. Most Muslims are much, 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 much better people than their moral code their scriptures teach.
yeah,
But
no,
when
I
I go
totally
back
agree.
to what their scriptures teach, what Muhammad supposedly taught, I find a 7th century warlord who was obsessed with his own sexual adventures and did every single thing that we would consider immoral and bragged about it. Thought it was awesome because it was this, this super masculine idea, right? Where
Yeah.
men are all about fighting and killing and dominating society. That's what early Islam celebrates. So yeah, absolutely. It's a perfect religion for Andrew Tate, right? It's exactly what he believes.
Yeah.
He believes that Islam allows him to dominate. Now, he does have some very incorrect understandings of Islam. Women are treated a lot better than he would treat a woman.
Agreed. Yeah.
But from a scriptural standpoint, and to be clear, I don't think he really believes in Islam at all. I think he's trying to
Yeah.
get
No,
publicity.
pretty sure about that
But
as well.
from a scriptural standpoint, there's nothing that he says that would be very much out of line with what not just the texts say, but scholars of Islam have said in the past.
Mm-hmm.
That it's first and foremost about political domination. It's about expanding the empire. The end goal of a proper Islamic state is to bring Islam to the whole world, to conquer every land, to subjugate anyone who is not a Muslim, and bring everyone under the control of the caliphate. That's 100% what it teaches. Now, strategically speaking, is terrorism the best way to accomplish that? Probably not. But as far as morally teaching, that's exactly what their scriptures are saying. That to the best thing a man can do is to fight, or technically the best thing a man can do is to die while fighting, be a martyr.
Yeah.
Muhammad says that there's nothing that I desire more than to die a martyr and be reincarnated, and to die a martyr again, and to be reincarnated and die a martyr again. Now, he doesn't believe in reincarnation, but he's saying if it was possible, this would be what I would desire of myself, that I would desire to be repeatedly killed in Allah's battle. So it's first and foremost a system of political domination. Secondarily, it's also about control of the family, which of course begins with control of the wife. So does it value family? Does it value procreation? Does it value perpetuating society? Absolutely. But it does so out of a position of dominance and control, and men being the focus of everything. Only men's desires ultimately matter.
Do you? Oh, good.
Yeah. And I was going to say, I very open to being wrong about these things. If a Muslim is brave enough to watch to this point and hears me say this, email me and I'll have a conversation with you. I want to be proven wrong. I don't want to believe that these things about Islam, but the reality of what I have studied has forced me to this conclusion. Again, I didn't start out this way. I started out thinking that Islam was basically Christianity with some wrong teachings, that it was essentially the same moral framework, the same fundamental ideas. Yeah, Muhammad's a false prophet, but that's just because no one can be a prophet after Jesus. It's not because he's like any particularly horrific person. I've challenged Muslims to give me one way that they personally are morally inferior to Muhammad, and no one has ever been able to do it. They've never been, and now that's part because they don't want to admit to their own sins because they honor and shame, but it's also partially because they probably are a lot better than Muhammad. That the sins they commit are less severe than the sins that Muhammad committed. Again, assuming the truth of the historical narrative here, which intellectually, I doubt the truth of the historical narrative. But without the truth of the historical narrative, there's no Islam. So taking it as a given that the historical narrative is true, then this is what I see in the figure of Muhammad.
What do you make of these high profile, seemingly very intellectual people who are currently Muslims, like Sheikh Abdul Hakim Murad, Hamza Yusuf. Are you aware of these figures?
Yeah.
What do you?
I'm definitely.
Yo, no,
Uh,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm definitely familiar with
Yeah.
a number of the Islamic preachers
Hmm.
from the lowest common denominator, who
Yeah.
tend to be the most popular. But I mean,
Agreed.
that's true in Christianity too, right? So
Yeah.
that's not a fault with Islam. That's just
No.
the human nature that people
Yeah.
like really confrontational, in your face style people. But I'm
Of
familiar with
course.
most of the major figures, all the way from the the lowest common denominator up until these very open-minded individuals who might be called heretics by others, who are trying to reinterpret Islam in a new light.
Yeah.
Um,
Is that kind of what you see is happening with those figures? Because it seems like they get a lot of vitriolic dislike from wide swaths of the Islamic community, at least from in my brief little cursory reading of their kind of posts and stuff. It seems like both Hamza Yusuf and Hakim Murad, as well as there's that I can never remember his name, is like New, I just call him New Keller. He was another really prominent writer. He was one of the people who translated, I think, the Reliance of the Traveler. He was like one of the first people to actually really translate it fully into English, and incredibly well respected. So it's interesting. What do you make of like those figures at that point when you get to that level? Like they can't. Is it really possible for them to be unaware of those kinds of things, like the inadequacies of the moral claims, or the inadequacies of the morality, or the historical problems? Like what do you make of those people?
yeah, so I think that there's a variety of things going on. I don't want to. The hardest question to ask of someone, a religious figure, no matter what they're saying, is this person deceived, or are they a
Yeah,
deceiver? Do they actually believe what they're saying, or are they a charlatan just trying to
sure.
get popularity and money? So I don't want to accuse anyone of being a charlatan. I'll just say that uh, religion is a very powerful thing. That
Hmm.
being connected to a religious belief system, whatever that system may be, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, whatever system you're connected to, is a very powerful thing. And intelligence has very little to do with whether you're going to stay in that system.
Hmm.
And that people are amazingly good at convincing themselves that what they want to see is what their religion teaches. And this is 100% true for Christians as well. I'm not
Oh yeah.
making an exception for Christians, that people are very good at convincing themselves that what they desire in a religion is what their religion teaches. Um, so with some of these reformer figures, that's one very strong possibility, is that they have simply convinced themselves of the things that they'll say, like that offensive hadith that the Christians are raising, that is not authentic hadith, that was written by someone who hated Muhammad and was a liar. They very well might believe that. I'm not saying that they are lying, right?
Hmm.
So that's one possibility. Another possibility, especially when you're like looking at people who have a very liberalized version of Islam, where they think it's like, say, just one path to the truth type idea, that's
Hmm.
very popular in American society, that there's many paths to one truth type
Yeah.
idea. They may be intentionally trying to change from historical Islam,
Hmm.
because they believe that ultimately, truth is really subjective, that there isn't absolute truth, and there's just the better way to do things and the less good way to do things. So if they can mold historical Islam to be better for modern society, then great. They can still say that they're Muslims, and they can say that their teachings are good for society. And I've encountered plenty of people like this as well.
Hmm.
So as far as like people who are intelligent, I think that, other than the possibility that they're lying. Those are probably the two main ways. And this would be true of intelligent people in Christianity or atheism or any other belief system. There's plenty of super intelligent people more intelligent than me in every belief system.
Agreed.
If I looked to, just the smartest Muslim I could find, I would almost certainly have to say they are much more intelligent than me. So
Mm-hmm.
intelligence isn't really what enters into it. The emotional connection is much stronger than our intellectual arguments, and we can deceive ourselves as well as others really easily.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's well said. Yeah, because I've wondered, it's especially when, like I said, when I look at history and what I believe to be the historically evident truths of Christianity, like sometimes it's just so hard for me to believe that unless people are ignorant, and that's not a fault of theirs necessarily. Like I said, just maybe haven't done the legwork. It's become so difficult for me to understand how people can not deal with it and not have to talk about it, not have to do more research, because I think it's one of the most fundamental questions of every person is what is your origin? Or is the atheistic accounts of your origin correct, or is there a theistic origin? And it's for me, for somebody not to really consider that of paramount importance, it's kind of foreign to me. So, but I think that just comes down to maybe a personality variance. But yeah, no, it's just always baffled me is the breadth of Western converts that I've seen, as well as the ones who are even around. Some of them are already passed away and things like that, who have found truth in Islam based on just even like I said, my very cursory readings. When I run up to these obvious walls, these obvious roadblocks that I can't get around, the crucifixion narrative, the concept of the Trinity within the Quran, these simple things that like they just jump right out as a red flag that they just prevent you from going even further, and that's on the surface level. And so for somebody else, for them to just be able to, who are obviously more intelligent than I am, for them to just be able to rationalize that away, I don't see how it's possible. Like I said, unless the charlatan aspect comes into play, or the willingly deceptive part. But I don't try not to assume that of anybody, because they seem, for all reason, intents and purposes, to seem sincere. But I have never seen it, and I tried because of my discontent with Christianity in some regards, because I was so angry at the current status of society. I mean, I willingly gave myself full purview to be like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe the Muslims are right. But then I just quickly ran into these hurdles that I was like, I can't accept that. I can't intellectually convince myself. I wouldn't be able. There would have to be some well of so obvious a truth, self-evident truth within the Quran, or something that could get rid of those small details. But I haven't even.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Which is why I was attracted to studying Islam in the first place, is because a lot of the world's religions, they don't really make historical claims. Like they make historical claims technically. They say
Yeah.
things happened, but their religious claims are not historical.
Mm-hmm.
That if the few historical claims they do make were proven to be false, it would be irrelevant. It has nothing to do with their spirituality. Whereas
Yeah.
Islam is history based, and just like
Yeah.
Christianity.
Just like Christianity is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if Jesus did not die on the cross and rise from the dead, Christianity doesn't exist. Like,
We are of all men to be
you can
most pitied.
pretend you're still a Christian or whatever if you don't believe that, but you've lost any sense of any actual Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise, if Muhammad, or at least some figure who, like, technically the figure could be named something else and people just forgot his name. But if there was not a figure who revealed the Quran and can be trusted to reveal God's words and gave all of these moral teachings and whatnot, if that person is not a historical reality, or the historical reality shows that that person could not possibly be speaking on God's behalf, then there is no Islam. You
Hmm.
can
Hmm.
say I'm still a Muslim. You can say that I'm culturally Muslim, the way that a lot of Jewish people are culturally Jewish, but
Yeah, yeah.
they're atheist in practice. You can say that. But as far as like a viable religious system, there is no Islam without the historical reality of Muhammad being a prophet.
Hmm.
So that's why I was so attracted to Islam, because my interest in Christianity was historical. Like,
Yeah,
I have emotional reasons. I'm a human being. I have emotional connection
of
to
course.
God and what Christianity teaches. And I had a emotional reaction when I accepted Christ as my personal Lord and Savior, which I attribute to the Holy Spirit working on my life, entering my life in a dramatic way. However, if I became intellectually convinced that Christianity is false, I would not be like these atheists who live a intellectually inconsistent position where they're obsessed with attacking Christianity and
Hmm.
obsessed with morality and things like this. If I was convinced atheism was true, I would look after my own self-interest and try to maximize my immediate pleasure, because that's the only rational thing an atheist should do. That's not the
Yeah,
way most atheists live, but it's the only rational thing that someone should do. I would still feel bad when I did things that were wrong, because I wouldn't be able to get rid of my sense of morality,
yeah,
but I would ignore that. I would use my intellect to override my feelings and say, I should be doing what makes me feel good in this moment in time. It doesn't matter if I'm hurting someone else. It doesn't matter if I'm stealing their money, embarrassing them, uh, breaking their relationship with a woman I desire, or whatever. It doesn't matter as long as it benefits me. If I was an atheist, that is how I would live my life, because that is the intellectual basis. So for me, Christianity, I'm a Christian because it's true, because I have spent the last 20 years of my life investigating the truth claims of Christianity, and they hold up to historical scrutiny. So
yeah.
because my faith was primarily based on my rationalistic interpretation of evidence, allowing the possibility that I'm emotionally biased, just like anyone else, but nonetheless, based on my understanding of the evidence, when I encountered Islam and became interested in it and realized that it was a very history-based religion, I was like, "Whoa, this might be a lot more interesting than having all these stupid conversations with atheists where we can never
Yeah,
get off the ground because they just deny that evidence is impossible. They just say you can't have evidence, basically.
basically, yeah.
Like, yeah, no Christian has ever given any evidence whatsoever that God is real. And it's like, I can give you like 20 pieces of evidence that are completely independent of each other off the top of my head, but
Yeah,
I know that you're just going to say that's insufficient, therefore it's
yeah,
not evidence, therefore you have no evidence.
yeah.
So I
The
was like, well,
criteria
maybe it'd
for
be more
yeah.
interesting to talk to Muslims, because in theory their religion is history based, like
Hmm.
ours. And I have found that even though their intellectual arguments tend to be worse than atheist arguments, I do find the conversations to be a lot more interesting. And to
Yeah.
be clear, the reason that their intellectual arguments are so weak is because the average Muslim really doesn't know very much about their religion.
Mm.
They have not looked into these issues. Even the idea that there could be a historical critique is foreign to the Muslim mind. It's like,
Mm. Hmm.
what do you mean that you doubt Islam? We know that Muhammad lived from this year to this year, and he revealed this at this time, and did all these things. And yeah, how do you know that? And they
Yeah,
don't
right.
know how they know it, but I know
Mm.
how they know it. And that's in texts that were written well after the time of Muhammad. And
Hmm.
then those early texts, the earliest extant texts that we have, were ended up being rejected and sanitized, and
Hmm.
they're not considered authoritative by Muslims today, because the picture they paint is no longer acceptable for the picture of the perfect man.
Hmm.
So Islam has a statement that bid'ah, innovation, is
Yeah,
forbidden.
yeah.
When you look at the historical reality, Islam has been nothing but 14 centuries of innovation of bid'ah. It has constantly changed and reinvented itself with new ideas to adapt primarily to Christians, primarily to internal problems of Christianity and to Christian arguments made against Islam. So the trivial example, the Quran declares probably 24 times that Muhammad could work no miracles, and that his only miracle is the Quran. This was the first polemic that Christians used against Islam. They're like, why would we follow your prophet who can't work any miracle when we have Jesus who worked abundant miracles?
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, the biographies start being written, and Muhammad's working all kinds of miracles. Water shooting out of his fingertips. Even his birth is miraculous. A light shined forth from his mother's private parts that was seen for hundreds of miles as Muhammad is born, because he is the light of the world. And it sounded a little familiar. They tend to try to make him into Jesus, and sometimes like literally just copying the stories and sometimes misinterpreting what Christians mean, like light of the world there. So they take Muhammad from this guy who couldn't work any miracles to this amazing miracle worker. And I think that's what you're seeing today, that Islam is so emphatic about these moral issues precisely because they're the problems of Christian society, that they constantly adapt and reinvent themselves to oppose or to make arguments towards Christians. So even though it wasn't historically, like, the moral teachings always existed, but the level of their importance or the level of enforcement was not always there historically. And it's really important now because it gives them this really important polemic against the Christian world, that Christianity leads to degeneracy and Islam is the solution.
Yep. No, that's because you're saying that it's precisely since from what in your view you see that there's these constant revisions based on the time and place and this necessity to counter Christians' claims in any regard that they can, that it just has this their polemical angle shifts. And right now the polemical angle is moral decay and how they're going to save us from the moral decay. So you think it's more of it's not an eternally existing claim that they would be making. It's something that's just adapted. It's not
Right.
built in, so to speak. It's not baked in, so to speak. It's something that's just it's a coincidental, advantageous position, not one that has any historical precedent, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And to be clear, I don't think that any Islamic teacher is consciously thinking this today, but rather that Islam is very authoritarian based, that it's about submitting to authority, of course, ultimately about submitting to God, but also to submitting to authority on earth. So even though there's not like a unified political system, they still tend to all go the same direction at the same time. When one person moves this direction, one of two things happens. Either people follow them or they're declared a heretic and ostracized. So when it became clear that it was effective to make these sorts of arguments, they suddenly became very important, but these wouldn't necessarily be the same arguments they would have been making 100 years ago or 200 years ago.
Okay. And so we've kind of covered like the certain aspects of where Islam has the claim that they make that it's going to solve the problems isn't necessarily true, and for certain of the morally deficient issues in the West. Now, what would you say to? And I have to step away to use the restroom for just a second, but I want to place a question here. So, something that I've always held to is that it seems like, especially here, is that we have these forces that are very clearly opposing Christian doctrine, and they're very vehemently so, and. So you being a person, this is probably my primary interest, is that your ministry is directly targeted towards Muslims, calling them to Christ, calling them to conversion and repentance and all of these noble things. Is there any aspect or any wiggle room in your eyes, or any justice, a goodness that can come out of seeing them as more of an ally than necessarily like an enemy when it comes to these things. Because as you said, boots on the ground, so to speak, boots on the ground Muslims don't have any idea of, and they are predominantly moral people that agree with us Christians on a lot of moral foundations. Can they be seen more as proper allies, we can join arms with them and kind of combat this very, very relentless secular degenerate Western normalcy that seems to be taking so firmly root everywhere? I mean, it's not just isolated to the United States. Actually, in some ways, the United States is a little bit more resilient to it than some other areas of Europe and stuff like that. We're America's almost categorized as backwards by some of the more decayed areas of the West. So, do you see any merit to that claim?
Why I think that is an excellent question to end it on for today. I will definitely invite you back to this channel. This is a really great discussion. I think this is super valuable for the current situation. So I definitely want to have you back. And
thanks.
For a variety, on this subject or other subjects as well, I want to have you back. But I do have to go soon. So
sure.
This is, and I think this question is a perfect one to end it on.
Perfect. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So I'll use this quote since you identify as Catholic. I saw this brilliant quote recently. It was in reference to this Catholic priest who recently made headlines of converting to Islam. Don't recall the name offhand, but I'm sure the Muslims in the chat are very eager to remind me of the name because they think it's like the most important thing in the world, that whenever a white Westerner converts to Islam who has any notoriety whatsoever, it's like so the quote, another Catholic writing about this individual who had spent a lot of time dialoguing with Muslims, a lot of time trying to understand their point of view. He was quoting someone else, so apparently it's at least a somewhat well-known saying, is when Catholics and Muslims get together, they agree on a lot of things, especially Islam. that we have this spirit of compromise. We have the spirit of working together in unity. And that's foreign to the Islamic mind. They will happily take your support on whatever they already believe. But they are 100% ready to stab you in the back as soon as they've won that argument. So I think it's a very dangerous position to be in, because we're not approaching it from the same standpoint. We're approaching it from a practical standpoint, thinking that we can achieve a good political end, a good social end. We have a lot of that. We're coming from a position where we have a lot in common. And I do think that we have a lot in common on our goals for society and the way we handle ourselves and our moral ideals. Now we have a lot we're diametrically opposed on our core doctrines. That our core doctrines are the things that Islam opposes most strongly.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think there's a danger here, because we look at it practically and we say we can agree on these things, we can make societal progress, and we're not wrong. We're not wrong that we can work with Muslims and come to a beneficial outcome. But the danger is that we forget what really matters, even more so than these social issues. And that's the truth. And we end up thinking that because we are able to work together on these very important but ultimately secondary issues, that we have everything in common, that there is no real difference between Islam and Christianity. And we end up saying that, well, on the one hand, we end up losing any kind of witness to Muslims by acting like everything that we agree on all these things, and we don't point out any differences. And then much more rarely, but still a danger, is that become convinced of the beauty of Islamic society and whatnot, and then just be like, well, it's the same thing anyway, I might as well just convert to Islam.
Mm. Okay. Yeah. So okay. Go ahead.
So from a practical standpoint, and I don't speak on politics, I'm not an expert on these things.
Sure. Sure.
I think that Christians and Muslims could very well vote for the same politicians. They could
Hmm.
very well work together on social outcomes, but we need to be very careful about how we approach these issues. We need to be very clear that, like, for example, we're on agreement about against sexualizing children, bringing sexual issues into grade school.
Yeah.
We are complete agreement on that issue. We
Yeah.
think that that is not where society should go, but we need to be clear that we are in agreement on the practical matter, not on theology. That
Yeah.
we as Christians, we can work with people who are opposed to us, but we are still opposed to you. We
Yeah.
still have our differences.
Hmm.
We can actually do this. We can actually work with people who have differences because of because our God is the God for everyone. He's the God that
Hmm.
loves everyone and wants what's best for everyone.
Hmm.
But what is ultimately best for everyone is that they come home and they place their trust in Christ and his work on the cross,
Hmm.
that frees us from the slavery to sin,
Yeah.
that we cannot overcome sin on our own. We can only do this through the help of God and our choice to accept that help. Uh,
Hmm.
it doesn't matter how much good moral teaching an individual has. It doesn't matter how superior their behavior might be to an atheist. It doesn't matter how much better their outcome, their political aims are than
Hmm.
an atheist. If we compromise on the gospel, we
Agreed.
cannot compromise on the gospel ever. Uh,
Yeah.
and that needs to be absolutely clear in these discussions, which it usually is not. It's
Yeah.
usually only
True.
about finding similarities
Hmm.
and pretending that differences don't exist.
Sure. No, that's a point well made. And I know, so I know we're winding down. So I just want to say that, because I agree with you. I agree there can be no compromise on the truth. There can't be. It's just like, from kind of almost a warfare perspective, which is what I do see that's almost going on in today's social gatherings, schooling systems and stuff like that. There's a really serious battle going on in the culture right now. It's really, really vicious sometimes on both sides. And a lot of people are
Mm-hmm.
really dealing with the existential weight of that. And so I always, the way I would frame it is, I was like, Muslims aren't the ones trying to indoctrinate, aren't endangering my daughter. There are other forces that believe other things, on the other side of the aisle. They are the immediate threats. And so I understand the utility and the value in critiquing Islam from a theological standpoint and not compromising on the gospel and things like that 100%. And I totally agree with it. It was more so from, like you said, this practical standpoint. When you look at what immediately is in front of you, and I go, like, I'm looking at my family and my extended family and my children's children. I'm like, where is the present danger? And the present danger is quite obviously more on one side than it is the Islamic side, from my point of view. So I think,
Yeah, well, and I would not necessarily agree with that point.
okay,
So I think we've basically agreed on everything that was said today. This might
sure,
be the one point where I would disagree on, and
okay,
here's why I would say that.
yeah,
I would say that secularism, the de-Christianization of society, has one benefit in that
hmm.
we know where someone actually stands. When someone says they're a Christian, it means something.
Mm.
So in atheism, in secular ideas, by which I mean this, spiritual without religion
Yeah,
type
yeah,
mindset, we have a clear enemy. We have someone who is obviously opposed to what we believe in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you're saying. In
Mm-hmm.
Islam, we don't have that, which is also
Mm-hmm.
what you're saying, which I view as more problematic
Mm-hmm.
because it has a lot of truth, because we
Mm.
do have a lot in common. It's a more dangerous enemy because it is more
Mm.
attractive, at least to people who are connected to Christianity. It
Hmm.
has more to offer, which makes it a more dangerous enemy. You
Mm.
don't win. Uh, Satan doesn't win people to his side by uh, what we would call Satanism. Where you're doing magic spells and you're
Mm-hmm.
killing animals and doing blood rituals. That's attractive to virtually no one. Virtually no one will ever be interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how the devil wins people. He wins people by mixing a lot of truth with lies on the core issues.
Gotcha.
Islam denies the deity of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
It denies the death of Christ. It
Mm-hmm.
denies the resurrection of Christ.
Mm.
And of course, by consequence of denying his deity, denies the incarnation.
Of course.
And of course, it also denies the Trinity. But I would actually say that the teachings about Christ are even more central than the denial of the Trinity. But
Mm-hmm.
because it does have so much else in common,
Mm-hmm.
Muslims will correctly state that they have more respect for Mary than any other religion.
Yeah.
They will correctly state that they're the only other people who believe that Mary was a virgin.
Yeah.
They will correctly say that we share a lot of moral values in common. But because it is mixing all that truth, that is legitimate truth, and it is found in Islam, it makes it much harder to get someone out of it.
Mm.
Atheism ultimately is not very appealing to very many people. It offers some appeal. It allows you to say that I'm smarter than other people. It allows you to decide your own morality, but it's hopeless. It
Mm-hmm.
offers you nothing ultimately.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And most people will not be able to accept that.
Mm-hmm.
They will not be able to accept a system where nothing is of value. So the
Mm-hmm.
greatest threats to Christianity, one is coming from the liberal side, but it's not atheism. It's
Mm-hmm.
this idea that all religions are the same and there's nothing
Mm-hmm.
wrong with any religion.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
then on Islam's side, they're saying we have a lot in common. We're basically the same thing. Flip sides of the same coin, saying that
Mm.
Christianity has no greater claim on truth than anything
Mm.
else, which is why I view Islam as more dangerous. Not more
Hmm.
dangerous in terms of crime or societal outcomes, but more dangerous in terms of souls, more dangerous
Got it.
in leading people astray.
Got it. Got it. No, that's a point well made. So yeah, no, I can totally understand that opinion, and I thought about that exact same thing. So yeah, no, that's definitely, I think, a good point to end on. So unless you had some more things to say, but I just want to say I appreciate you so much for having me on. It was a fantastic discussion. I hope.
Yeah, I think that this was really beneficial. I felt like we had a really good conversation, so I hope that the audience also found it beneficial. Like,
Yeah.
if I wasn't recording this and I was just talking to you, I would say that it was very beneficial for me. So I
Same.
hope that I hope the audience got a lot out of it as
Good.
well. I did want to get one quick point from Too Many Marys up
Oh,
here. In case you
can I
haven't
say
figured,
something? Can I say something about
yep.
Mary real quick? I just want to say that Mary, just even though you're deficient in religion and you're obviously intellectually inferior to all males, I just want to say you're doing a great job and your efforts are really appreciated. I'm just kidding. I'm just being stupid.
Yeah. So in case you haven't figured it out yet from the fact that I referred to her several times, Mary is my closest ally in this ministry. She's my,
Mm.
I don't know her personally. I've never met her in real life,
Oh wow.
but she's my closest confidant. She's the one that I go to for, or maybe go to is not the right word for, because it's mutual.
Sure.
It's not like I'm looking up to her as a teacher is what I'm trying to say, but she's the one I
Yeah.
go to with my spiritual concerns about my
Awesome.
ministry.
That's awesome.
If it's about my own personal life, obviously I'm going to my wife or my pastor or something, but
Sure.
she's the one that I bounce all these ideas off. And she wanted to make
Cool.
a point that um, Islam, uh, they're opposed. So when I talked about sexualization of children, I was talking about, bringing the gender identity issues,
Hmm.
bringing sex education, those
Yeah.
kind of things into the classroom. Uh, Mary pointed out that this is consistent with the honor and shame culture. That's not necessarily that they're against sexualization of children in
Ah.
an actual sense, like turning them into sex objects,
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
or pedophilia, and to be blunt, but
Sure. Yeah.
rather they're against talking about issues. So
Mm.
the reason they're in agreement isn't necessarily because they view it as dangerous to the child, but rather
Hmm.
they view it as morally inappropriate to discuss these things in public.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've seen a few of the polemicists that I watch, and when they talk about, of course, like I said, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but the whole Age of Aisha thing, and they kind of they bring up a lot it didn't seem there's no issues with that, and they wouldn't have any issues with it. And so I'm like, isn't that what I'm trying to fight against, is like is that aspect of the childhood, is maintaining childhood innocence and stuff like that, and they're
Mm-hmm,
almost
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
going in the opposite direction. And so it's kind of a point of departure there. And so I know I totally understand where she's
Yeah,
going with that.
so maybe to close out on a recommendation here,
Hmm.
if you're interested in diving more into Islam, I think the Study Quran
Hmm.
is a very valuable resource. Uh, it's written the same way an academic study Bible is written,
Hmm.
where they are talking about the historical understanding of things.
This one.
I can't tell
Oh, it says the Study Quran. Yeah, sorry, it's a little blurry.
yeah. When you wrote it, it's like there was some light bouncing up. But when you
Oh,
wrote it, it's
sorry,
like, yeah.
sorry. Yeah, Study
So,
Quran.
yeah, I think there's only one work called that, so I imagine that's the same
Yeah, it's
one.
by Nasser, Syed Hussein Nasser.
Right. So you'll see when you look through it that they don't deny the historical interpretation of passages because it's an academic text.
Sure.
Now it's written by Muslims. It's
Hmm.
written for Muslims, but
Yeah.
they don't deny the historical reality the way apologists may do, or
Hmm.
even if they don't deny it, at least sweep it under the rug and not talk about it.
Hmm.
If it comes up, they might be honest about it, but they won't bring it up on their own. So if you go to
Hmm.
that source, you'll see the historical interpretations of Quran. And when you look at 65:4, which is the key verse here, they will 100% point to scholar after scholar after scholar who says there is no minimum age for marriage, that there is no minimum age for sex by consequence, that the any kind of sex outside of marriage is always forbidden because marriage is the contract for sex. But there is, historically speaking, no minimum age, and that it's a decision of the individuals involved. Now, whether widely practiced historically speaking, of course not, because most human beings find this disgusting.
Yeah,
Like,
despicable. You're
not
right.
even not even bringing morals into it. They just find it utterly disgusting,
Yeah, no, it's
the thought of
against
having sex with a
biological.
child.
Yeah.
Um, so it was rarely practiced, but historical Islam understood that there was no particular minimum age. Now, there was disagreement. Some people said that the minimum age should be 6 because of the example of Muhammad. He's the perfect example. You shouldn't go against him.
Sure,
Others said
sure.
it should be 9 because that's when he supposedly consummated the marriage.
Mm-hmm.
But and then there was other people, who allowed their sense of morality to override the words. But
Yeah.
historically speaking, the authors of fiqh, the authors of the Sharia, the people deciding what the moral or the legal code should be, make it explicit that there's no minimum age for
Got it.
marriage. And the Study Quran will give you like 10 or 12 different sources that say that. And it's honest on other things as well. And
Yeah.
so I want to distinguish between what the average modern Muslim believes and what their scriptures teach, and or more accurately, how their scriptures were historically understood.
Hmm.
I don't, when people in the chat say that Muslims are pedophiles or something like that, I really disturbed by people who make accusations like that, because it's
Same.
simply not true.
Agreed. I'm
It's
the same
simply
way.
not true that the average Muslim behaves in a
Nope.
highly immoral fashion.
Yeah.
And we have a guest.
Nice. Yeah. I was like, cat interruption. Yeah. No, I'm the same way. Like when people make these really wide sweeping like points, and I see it all the time in online polemics, I'm just like, please stop doing that. I do not think that it's helpful. Even if you do really hold that to that conviction, I don't think that it's beneficial to either party, and for the proclamation of the truth. I think it does no justice in that regard. So
Yeah. So I would say same thing as what I said at the start here, is that I believe I have the truth. I'm open to correction. I encourage people to check these sources for
same.
themselves, to look into things. To the Muslim, I say, you can't do that only by asking your imam what to
Mm-hmm.
believe, because he's not going to, he knows most of the things that I'm saying, but he's not going to tell you these things unless you first bring them up. And then he'll provide you with an explanation to make you feel better. I mean, if he believed that Islam was false, he wouldn't be your imam, right? So
Mm-hmm.
to actually determine truth for yourself, you need to go outside of your own belief system. And to
Mm-hmm.
Christians, I say the same thing. If you want to really know that Christianity is true, you have to be willing to test it. You have to take that very uncomfortable, very difficult stance of looking at opponents' arguments. No one likes doing that. No one likes going to look at arguments against the truth of what you believe.
Mm-hmm.
But if you actually want the truth, that's what you need to do. So
Yeah.
everyone watching, Muslim, atheist, Christian, Buddhist, whatever you believe, I encourage you to really explore the truth of the matter, not just from your own friendly sources, but from
Mm-hmm.
opposition sources as well. And I can say with confidence, because I have done this exercise, I have exposed myself to all the best atheist arguments, which are way better than the kind that they make online.
Yeah.
And as a result, I have very high confidence in the historical reality of Jesus's death and resurrection. And because he predicted his own death and then resurrection, and then demonstrated as well as claiming to be God in numerous times in numerous places, and
Mm-hmm.
then demonstrated that he was truthful by fulfilling that, doing something that no human being could possibly do, that I have confidence that this is the only historical explanation for the data that holds up to scrutiny. I have utter complete confidence in Christianity, not from a position of ignorance, but a position of knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, and I'm in complete agreement with that, and I think those are words that need to be echoed into the heart of every person who's watching, and I hope that every Christian eventually hears, because that's exactly the case, and that's exactly how we should conduct ourselves.
So I do have one last request for you. Mary says that she would love to have a conversation with you about family values in Islam and the protection of kids. So
fantastic!
It would be a much more polemical discussion. I do want to warn you. Yeah.
Okay.
But if you're interested in that, we'd love to have you on for that. I'll host it because she always works with my channel, but she'll be doing most of the talking. So if you're interested, we can get that scheduled.
No, absolutely. Yeah. It'd be something I thank her for interest in doing that. And I'm very grateful. That'd be absolutely something to get on the books, because that's number one. I mean, that's my number one concern are those types of family values and the preservation of the morality of societal structure as a whole, and the rejection of all things corrosive and detrimental to society. I would say that's one of my foundational reasons for it was almost one of the first reasons why I became religious in the first place. I don't remember if it's Dostoevsky or if it's Solzhenitsyn who says that even if I was convinced that Christianity wasn't true, that I would live every day like it was, because he saw it so that it was so valuable to civilization of a truth to believe in, that he said that he would never tell a soul that it wasn't true. He would never try to convince anybody otherwise because of its benefit. So that I do in a way see things as civilizationally corrosive and civilizationally building things, and those are my main determinants about what is moral and what to do and stuff like that. Of course, outside of what Scripture commands me and things like that in the church, but it's okay. But
excellent. So thank you for joining us, everyone. We're going to wrap up here. I need to get to get to my own wife and have dinner. She's been sending me message like, "Hurry up, I'm hungry." So I definitely want to sign off now. But thank you everyone for joining us today. The next thing on my schedule is I'll be on Hatoon's channel on Wednesday. I'll be analyzing the biography of Muhammad. I will be looking at what the Islamic sources say about Muhammad before his call to prophethood and after, and asking this question: did Islam make him a better person, or did his revelations make him a better person? Um, a little bit different way of looking at the moral character of Muhammad than we usually do, because Muslims want to claim that he was very good before Islam and then was perfect after. So I'm going to take their sources seriously. I'm going to see what their own biographies say about his life before he became a prophet and afterwards. And we'll see what his revelations did for his character. So that should be a very interesting talk. If you're interested in that and all my upcoming things, you can go to my website, reasonanswers.com/calendar. You'll see everything that I have on my personal calendar, whether it's been scheduled on YouTube yet or not. Have a great day, everyone. Pursue truth wherever that leads you. God bless.
God bless. Bye.